You're watching NASA TV. You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston, and welcome to round 2 of this spacewalk as we join it right inside the Quest airlock live.
Space to ground 1 for the airlock. You are go for MEDOX changeout in step 16.
Okay, I will pick up the step 16, and in 2.120, we will use a serial number 9 for aft ETA, and serial number 103444 to ETA.
And each of those are good numbers.
And as you can see, we are jumping right into the action as we were just hearing JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata talking with Capcom down here on the ground, Megan Levins, as we see the 2 crew members, Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio, suited up inside the Quest airlock and getting ready for this spacewalk today. So their plan to spend about 7 hours working outside in the vacuum of space, with their goal of installing a new IROSA, an International Space Station Roll-Out Solar Array, as part of our continuing work to upgrade the power system on board the orbiting laboratory. So we're looking at Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada. That's Cassada on the left, Rubio on the right. Frank Rubio is going to be EV1, or the lead spacewalker for today. And once they're outside, you'll be able to pick him out as he's in the suit with the red stripes. And then Josh Cassada will be EV2. This is the 3rd spacewalk for this duo. They've already done 2 over just the last couple of months, going out the door on November 15th and then again on December 3rd as they work to install some of the mounting brackets. And then I've already completely installed one of the IROSA solar arrays that flew up to continue this augmentation work. Meanwhile, down here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, we'll have a couple of key players that you will see and hear today. Leading the Orbit 2 team that just came on console is NASA Flight Director Fiona Turret. And then Chris Mundy is going to be the lead spacewalk officer for today. He'll be in the back row of the room. And then NASA astronaut Nick Hague, you can see there right in the center in that gray suit. He's going to be our spacewalk support captain, also known as our ground IV. So we're going to hear him talking directly to Frank and Josh as they're working outside. Now, the goal of today is to install a new IROSA, one of those roll-out solar arrays. And this is part of an ongoing plan that's been stretched over the last couple of years that we're starting to get to the final stages of. So in this graphic, you can see 3B, 1A, 2A, 4B. Each one of those number and letter combinations correspond to a power channel. We have 8 power channels supported by the pairs of solar arrays on board the International Space Station. Everything in blue, we've already installed an array. And so you can see on the right side those smaller arrays that are kind of canted up at an angle over 4B and 2B. That shows you how these look once they're installed and completely unfurled. They cover a small amount of the legacy arrays, but once everything is installed, once all 6 IROSAs have been completely installed, we're going to be increasing the power capability, the power generation capability on board the space station by about 30%. And these are brand new arrays, so they'll be able to last throughout the remainder of the lifetime of the International Space Station, as we're looking at continuing to have this orbiting laboratory until at least 2030. So we're going to be increasing the station's power generator to about 250 kilowatts total, an increase of about 30%. Now today we are going to be working on 4A, so that in that bottom right side you can see 4A. The mounting hardware has already been installed, and today we're going to be bringing out one of these IROSAs to install them. Now this is what the IROSA looks like after it's unfolded but not completely unfurled. So each of these rides up in the trunk of a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, And after they are able to carry them out there, so in the top left, that's what they look like right now. They're folded up. And then once they get them out to the work site, that top right is what it looks like is they're going to manually unfold them. We'll have both Josh and Frank out at the work site. One of them's going to be Josh Cassidy in today's spacewalk is going to be riding the robotic arm to carry those arrays from their temporary stow location out to the work site to install on 4 Alpha, 4A, and then they'll work to unfold them. And then there's a number of bolts and then different cable interfaces. So that mandrel hinge, that assembly bolt, that's going to be hand tightened, and that's what's going to essentially lock them in place after it's been unfolded. The NZGL stands for the NASA Zero Gravity Lever. That's just a reference to the cable type that we're going to be using, but those cable interfaces are what we're going to be attaching to integrate the new iROSA array with the existing array on the 4A power channel and plugging both of those in, essentially a wide junction. So you'll have one going to the power source from the existing array, one to the new array that plugs into 4A, and then both are providing power to the channel. And then those blanket tensioner bolts, those will be two of the last things that they're responsible for releasing. Once those are released, it engages a mechanism that pulls down on some wire, essentially to provide some tension. As after these are unfurled, just like the existing arrays, they're going to be moved over time. These arrays can automatically track the sun, make sure we're harvesting as much energy as possible for the station systems, and so having that extra rigidity will help out.
And we'll break the debrief at 12:06.
Copy, 12:06.
And just continuing real quick through the rest. So once these iROSAs are bolted in place, they're going to be deployed. They'll release a special bracket, and then 2 booms on either side will unfurl the arrays in the middle. If you look at those pictures on the right, the white section are the booms. Now we'll see those unfurl. The best way I've heard them described so far came from our lead spacewalk officer for today. They essentially work like if you took a straw, split it right down the middle, and rolled it up. If you unfurled it, it naturally tries to retain a circular shape, essentially go back to being a straw. That's more or less the concept behind these booms. They also have these magnets that will lock in place as it unfurls, and those will be one of the primary visual aids for the spacewalkers, who are just going to be giving these constant updates as it unfurls to help lock it in place. In total, they're pretty large. They weigh just around 750 pounds each. Here's all the dimensions. So pretty sizable. It's good to remember that while weight isn't necessarily a concern as we're operating in microgravity, these things still have mass. So once they start moving, it can be pretty hard to stop them moving. So a lot of very slow, a lot of very deliberate movements as we're moving these from their work site all the way out to 4A to get installed. Now, if we jump back inside the airlock, we've heard a couple of updates from the team. So they're just wrapping up what's known as their pre-breathe inside the airlock. And right as we came in the air, we heard them talking about MEDOX canister changeout. Now, MEDOX stands for metal oxide.
We're in step 17 and reporting all the MEDOX canisters. Serial numbers are 18 and 12.
Copy, Kuch. Those are good numbers.
And just there, Koichi Wakata giving another update on MEDOX canisters. MEDOX canisters are part of the life support system inside these spacesuits. It's commonly referred to that these spacesuits are essentially mini spacecraft themselves. They have an entire life support system inside, heating, cooling, and then MEDOX is part of essentially the atmosphere revitalization system inside. So just like as we're on the space station, as you breathe out, you inhale oxygen, you exhale carbon dioxide, and you need a way to actively get rid of that carbon dioxide. Otherwise, it can just stay in your suit, and as CO2 builds up, that can start to cause issues for us as humans. And MEDOX is the means at which we're capturing that carbon essentially inside these spacesuits. It uses metal oxide, and in this case a silver oxide, that goes through a chemical process when it's in contact with moisture, and then carbon dioxide forms a precipitate. So it can essentially go through this chemical reaction to constantly capture this carbon dioxide as they're exhaling it inside of those spacesuits. And they're a little bit different from the systems that we use on board the space station, which are essentially running around the clock and have more of a active regenerative process.
One GMT at 12:10, and for Josh TCV, it's now at 4:04.
Copy all.
And we're continuing to get some good call outs that we're getting closer to having the crew move into the crew lock section. They're in equipment lock right now, but they'll be moving over to the crew lock section shortly. That's where we'll close the hatch and use a series of pumps and valves to bring that down to vacuum. One final note, so that MEDOX that's able to capture that carbon, the MEDOX canisters, like all of the life support, are located in that backpack section on the spacesuits that you see the astronauts wearing. It actively captures that carbon dioxide over time. Eventually it will get saturated though, so that's why it's considered a consumable. You'll often hear the term limiting consumable used whenever we're going through a spacewalk, and you essentially have three that you're really looking at. We're tracking how much oxygen, how much O2 is inside the spacesuit, how much carbon dioxide capture we have remaining. That's your MEDOX. And then power, as these suits, once they're completely unplugged, are running on batteries. You also have a limited amount of water that's used inside for all of the cooling and a couple of other fluid systems inside. So that MEDOX is typically the limiting consumable, and that just means if we looked at which one we're going to run out of first, that's your limiting consumable. And so we'll keep a close eye, and you'll typically hear throughout the spacewalk a target duration, or we're looking at 7 hours with MEDOX limiting. You'll hear those call outs up to the crew as they're just giving them a gradual status. So that's what, when you hear MEDOX, that's what it's referring to. Meanwhile, the crew is just finishing up their pre-breathe. So it takes a couple of hours just to get ready for a spacewalk. So before they even get into these suits, we have to go through a couple of steps just to make sure that we're keeping them safe as they're moving into essentially a depressurized environment. So on board the space station, just like if you're walking around here at sea level, the atmospheric pressure inside is about 14.7 psi. And when they're outside in the vacuum of space, though, those spacesuits are pressurized, but not to 14.7 psi. If we were to pressurize a spacesuit that much, it'd be almost impossible to move. It'd be like fighting against a really stiff balloon, essentially. It'd be really hard to manipulate fingers, move arms, things like that. And so what we're able to do is have them operate in a lower pressure setting. Those spacesuits go to about 4.3 psi once we see them out in the vacuum of space. So 4.3, that's a lot easier to move around. It's still pretty intensive to use your hands in that spacesuit, as you are just constantly fighting against that pressure. But as they're at a lower pressure, they're also breathing a 100% oxygen atmosphere, essentially, when they're in those suits. That way you can operate at a lower pressure, but you're still getting the oxygen that you need. And we operate on a lot of the same restrictions as anybody who's ever gone scuba diving. As you go deeper and deeper into the water, you're in a higher and higher pressure environment, and then as you come back to the surface, you need to take your time as you do it, or you can suffer what's known as decompression sickness. And all that really will be different gases. Primary one we look for is nitrogen, When it's in your blood and in tissues in your body, it's at kind of an ambient pressure, or it's at an equal pressure with your ambient surroundings. But if you start to depressurize quickly, the pressure in those gases in your veins, in your tissues, will be higher than the pressure around it, and that can form bubbles. And if those bubbles start to form, they can cause problems. One of the most common ones is, as it's starting to happen, is you'll start to get joint pain, things like that, but it can eventually cause some pretty serious issues with your nervous system, and so that's why we have to be very careful, very deliberate, and to prepare them for that lower pressure environment, we do what's called a pre-breathe. A long time ago, we used to have the astronauts actually camp out, sleep in the airlock overnight at a lower pressure, around 10 psi, breathing an increased oxygen atmosphere, and that would help just kind of gradually purge that excess nitrogen from the blood. But as the teams have gotten more and more experience, they were able to develop a new process called in-suit light exercise. And in this case, the crew, as their morning begins, they go inside the airlock and they are at that reduced pressure of about 10 psi, and they're breathing pure oxygen that starts to help essentially reject that nitrogen out of the system, but you're doing it in a very gradual fashion. And then after they've done that for a few hours, they get suited up inside of these spacesuits, and then they start doing what's known as in-suit light exercise. So they're past it at this point, so we won't see it, but they essentially sit there, attached to the wall still, moving arms, moving legs, and they do it at kind of timed intervals. And this is just to, again, consistently reject that nitrogen, get that out of the system as we get ready to have them operate in that pure oxygen environment. And so that's all done. We're now in the steps getting ready for depress. The team here in Mission Control is actually about to do a go, no-go for depress. Now, depress just referring to depressurization. That's us taking them into the crew lock section, closing the hatch, and then removing all of the atmosphere in there and bringing it down to a vacuum. So again, a vacuum is just an absence of stuff. In this case, an absence of atmosphere. And we need to get the crew lock section down as close to vacuum as possible before they open up the hatch and move out into the vacuum of space. So the team here in Mission Control is going to do a go, no-go right now as we get closer to this go for depress. And so before we get there, though, we see Koichi Wakata continuing to work. He's on Frank Rubio's spacesuit right now. You saw them attach something to the bottom of that backpack, that life support system, and that is the SAFER device, Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, and essentially functions as a small jetpack. It's not anything we use for actual maneuvering when we're outside on station, but it is just another step in the line of defense of keeping an astronaut attached to the station. They'll use a series of tethers. A lot of the communication you're going to hear throughout the spacewalk today is them assessing where their tethers are located. They practice all of these where they're going to put tethers for the different handrails, but essentially that keeps them attached physically to the station at all times throughout a spacewalk. Should they become untethered, they can use that SAFER device to then fly back to the space station. So that's just an extra layer of safety for these spacewalking astronauts.
For the EV1 for Frank, TCV is at position 4.
Houston copies.
But Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann working right now to get the SAFER onto Frank Rubio, who again, he's going to be EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. One of the primary jobs of the lead spacewalker is going to be doing all the hatch operations once we're in the airlock, so both opening the hatch and closing it when we're at the very end. So they'll get the SAFER device on his spacesuit and then move over to get the SAFER device onto Josh Cassidy's. And after that, we'll be ready to start stepping into the actual depressurization phase of our spacewalk. So they'll move both crew members who have all of the tools that they're going to need, and we'll go over those tools as they're using them throughout the spacewalk today. And they also have on the front of the spacesuits essentially a mini workstation with a lot of those tools, tethers, other things that they'll need. They'll also have a small bag that they're going to bring out that has the cables that we're going to be using to integrate that newly installed solar array into the 4A power channel along with the existing one. So we're going to see them bring all of that into the airlock, and then Koichi and Nicole will work to get the hatch closed between the two different sections of the Quest airlock. We have the equipment lock. That's where they are right now. That's where we store the spacesuits, all the different spacewalking gear when it's not in use. And then we have the crew lock section. And so that's where we're going to see Frank start moving to next. And that is what actually gets brought down to vacuum. You're also going to see their suits. You can see one going into the crew lock, kind of the large white hoses. Those are known as the SCMs, the service or SEU service and cooling umbilicals. So their spacesuits are essentially hardline to space station systems right now, giving them communications, power, fluids for cooling, all of that. And we don't unplug those until we're about to essentially start the EVA. The operations teams consider as they switch their suits to battery power. So after they're unplugged and on battery powered, that'll be the official start of our spacewalk. And that doesn't happen until we've brought that crew lock section all the way down to vacuum. And so we see Frank Rubio now over in the crew lock section, helped by Koichi Wakata. And next up, we're going to get Josh Cassada off of the mount there on the wall, get his safer attached, and then move him into the crew lock section to join with Frank.
Not yet.
All right, now we see Koichi Wakata bringing in the safer device that's going to get attached to Josh Cassada's suit. Now, we're going to see these two go out of the airlock, and then they're going to kind of go their separate ways at first before meeting back up for the install. So Josh Cassada is going to be getting into the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, on the space station's robotic arm, the Canadarm2. And back inside of the station, Nicole Mann's going to be what's called the M1. She's going to be the primary robotics controller, essentially, for this spacewalk, and she's going to be literally flying Cassada as he's at the tip of that arm to the different work sites. And so they'll Cassada and Rubio are going to meet back up over at the FSE, the flight support equipment. That's the temporary stow location right now for the last IROSA array that just arrived on a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. And they're going to work to release some of the beams that are in place to help keep it secure during launch and all of the movement operations. They'll remove those beams, and then they'll release the actual array itself from IROSA. And then after that, flying on the end of the robotic arm, Josh Cassada is going to get moved over to that work site, bringing the array with him. And then once they're there, they'll get into the actual installation steps, and that'll involve, as we saw through some of those graphics, actually unfolding the array into its configuration where it could be installed. First thing they'll do is essentially get it soft captured. It'll slide into place, and there's some soft capture mechanisms that put that initial hold on the array, and then there's a number of bolts that they'll drive to secure it in place. And then after that's done, they tension some of the mid joints to make sure that it stays unfolded, and then we actually step into deploying, or first we actually will mate the cables that are responsible for integrating that array into the 4A power channel along with the existing one. So that work has to be done in Eclipse. As the primary inhibit, really the way we make sure that the arrays aren't transmitting any power down to where those cable connections are made is to be in Eclipse, be on the dark side of planet Earth, where those arrays can't see the sun, can't generate any electricity, and so the spacewalk itself is timed per our timeline. If you've ever watched a spacewalk, you'll know that every single step essentially timelined out and practiced here on the ground in the pool and through previous spacewalks. But the entire all the activities today are timelined, so by the time we hit the expected point for essentially that cable connection, cable mating, will be in an eclipse. So we'll be on the dark side of Earth, those arrays not generating any electricity, and them able to actually install those cables to start integrating that. And so after those cables get connected, they will deploy the iROSA. It'll unfurl all on its own. They just release 2 bolts, and then the array, its internal mechanisms do the rest of the work to actually unfurl. And then they'll do one final tensioning task to enable a device that's going to essentially pull on some wire that adds some tension to the arrays, and then it's on to clean up, stowing some of the final beams on the temporary spot where the arrays are stored, and then it'll be on to ingress, coming back inside the airlock. And we start a spacewalk when we switch to battery power. We end a spacewalk when they begin repressing that crew lock section of the Quest airlock. So those will be our start and stop points for today, but things progressing really smoothly so far. We've already got Frank Rubio in the crew lock section, and we can see the safer device getting affixed now. That's Nicole Mann on the right side of Josh Cassidy's spacesuit, and as soon as that's there, they're going to start moving Cassidy into that crew lock section, and then we'll get ready to move into the depress steps. And the teams down here in Mission Control Houston did their go, no go, and we are going to be go for depress once the crew is ready. So a lot more to come, and we're going to see Cassidy now start to make his way over to that crew lock section. And now we see Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann guiding Josh Cassidy into that crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Safer attached, all the different equipment tethers from his backpack to his helmet, all engaged. And so they're going to put him in his suit, and then you can see his service and cooling umbilical, that white hose that's kind of looping outside of the left part. That'll get moved in as well. And then we'll start to hear the crew step through some of the actual depressurization of the airlock, and that's done using essentially two different means. We have an actual air pump that's able to extract the atmosphere and return it to essentially the station's supply of atmosphere. That's going to get engaged, and that's going to bring the pressure down to about 5 psi. And then once we get there, we're going to turn the pump off, and the crew is going to do leak checks. So they do a leak check on their spacesuit once they're at a lower pressure inside the crew airlock. So we'll hear the crew status their leak check. They'll give a yes, no on successful leak check. And then after that, we can continue with the depress. And then after that, we start to use the two different systems. So that depress pump can only work down to about 2 psi. After that, it's no longer really capable of extracting atmosphere from that crew lock section. And so after that, they open what's known as an MPEV valve to just take all of that remaining atmosphere, and it's used to vent it overboard. So we do lose a small amount of what we call consumables, just the breathable atmosphere, every time we do a spacewalk, just because your pump can't work below 2 psi. But it's once you're down at that low of a pressure, it's a pretty negligible amount. And so after that remaining pressure drops, all that remaining atmosphere is vented overboard. We get down to about half a psi or lower, and then the crew will get the go to actually open up the hatch. And Frank Rubio's EV1, he's going to be the one opening up, doing the external hatch operations for today. So we'll hear that. So we're going to hear the suit IV on board. So in this case, likely Koichi Wakata, we're going to hear him talking to the crew as they step through the depress up until we get to that up until we get that pressure all the way down, and then it's going to hand over to the ground IV for today, and that's going to be NASA astronaut Nick Hague. He's the one we're going to hear talking to the crew members throughout all of the different procedures today, essentially being the voice for all the teams down here on the ground. And just a reminder, some of your key players here in the room today, you've got Nick Hague, who's going to be that suit IV, and then our flight director leading the teams is Fiona Turret. And then in the very back row, we've got Chris Mundy. He's the EVA flight controller leading all of the different flight control teams responsible for building, training, executing today's spacewalk. We always talk about how everybody in this room is essentially just the tip of the spear, the tip of the iceberg. We've got a couple of other key folks on the EVA team that are going to be working with Chris today. Some of those primary positions, we have an EVA task officer. This is somebody who understands every procedure in this EVA front to back and essentially all by heart at this point. And for today, that's going to be Miranda Nelson with the task support position coming from Lucas Widener. And then we'll have two essentially technical specialists on the EVA team. Today it's Michael Dino. He's the EMU, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit specialist, essentially knowledgeable in all things spacesuit for today. And then Stephen Villano is going to be our airlock specialist, responsible for overseeing all the different systems in the airlock, which we're still in right now. So that team working together to help the flight control team get ready and to go out and execute this spacewalk today. All right, and right now we can see Koichi. So he was just talking. They have a hardline connection right now between the crew in the equipment lock and the crew, both Cassida and Rubio in their spacesuits. And then once we get to the actual depress, though, we'll start to hear a lot more chatter. You'll hear Koichi essentially giving them instructions to, as they're switching a depress pump on, that located on the UIA, the umbilical interface assembly. That's a large control panel unit that's inside, and that's connected to those service and cooling umbilicals. That's the main interface between the spacesuits and the airlock itself. Before we get there, they're making sure they have all of their tools. We don't have any extra hardware in the crew lock itself, as again, that's about to be exposed to vacuum. So they do just a final sweep of that, and then we'll see the hatch get closed.
Station Houston on space to ground 1 for airlock.
On 1.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. The ground is putting step 80 in place, so the crew will be hot mic'd in the suit.
Okay, crew's going hot mic.
And that was Capcom Mega 11s talking to Nicole Mann on board the station, giving them a heads up. So the crew inside the suits, Josh Casta, Frank Rubio, they're going to be hot mic, so won't have any push to talk required. They're just going to be able to talk in real time throughout this spacewalk today. And we see Koichi Wakata working to get the hatch closed, isolating the crew lock section.
Houston, good morning. EV2, TCV now at 5.
Copy 5.
So an airlock, we're in step 77, and step 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy complete.
And you guys can take care of steps 78 through 80.
Copy, it's in work.
And so with those call downs, Koichi Okada letting the team here in Houston know that the hatch has been closed. The emergency MPEV, so the manual pressure equalization valve, is closed. That gets closed. And before we step into the actual depress activities, again, we're going to be initially using that pump to essentially pump the atmosphere out of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. We're going to bring it down to 5 psi and then pause to allow the crew to do a quick leak check on their suits, and then we'll resume, and then we'll get that depress pump, bringing it down to about 2 psi, and then we start to also use what's known as the emergency MPEV manual pressure equalization valve, And what that's essentially doing is taking the remaining atmosphere out of the crew lock section and dumping it out into the vacuum of space as that pump stops to work once we get down to 2 psi. So all that's coming up. Meanwhile, the teams here on the ground are just doing some final configuration work. We heard the crew go hot mic, so they're going to be talking without any push-to-talk, without push-to-talk being necessary throughout their space flight, or their spacewalk. We're going to be hearing them talk directly to the ground IV here in Houston, and that's going to be NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 1 for airlocks. Steps 78 through 80 are complete.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. And both AV crew members, your hot mic to on Space Ground 1 at this time.
Okay, thank you, Roger. AV2 copies, thanks.
Okay, Josh, on UIA, please check depress pump power is off.
Depress pump power OFF.
Thank you. And then please verify depress pump enabled LED on.
Depress pump power enable illuminated.
Copy. Houston, we are in step 84. With your go, we will proceed with the cue card.
And station, your go.
Thank you. Okay, Josh, we will start the depress cue card. Crew lock depress. On UIA, switch depress pump power to on and wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power on.
Okay, Josh, in depress pump manual ISO valve to open, and both of you guys expect alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open and copy on the alert. Everyone copy.
And then monitor suit P gauges less than 5.5.
Everyone copy. AV2 copies. Depress pump man ISO is open.
And with that, the depressurization of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock is in work. So we were just listening as Koichi Wakata was walking Josh Cassidy's EV2. He's working at the UIA, the umbilical interface assembly, essentially a control panel that they have inside of the crew lock section that allows them to access the depress pump, their service and cooling umbilicals that are connected to their suits, providing power, hardline comm, and also fluids at this point. So still integrated into the station systems. We did get confirmation that the pressure is now dropping inside of the crew lock. So we're going to continue to just draw that atmosphere out using the depress pump until the crew lock gets to right about 5 psi, at which point the crew lock is going to get the direction to shut that pump down. They're going to close that isolation valve. And then at that point, they're then going to step into leak checks. So doing quick automated leak checks using the display and control module on their spacesuits of their EMUs. Because again, while we still have pressure inside, the EMUs are going to be at a slightly higher pressure than that 5 psi. And they're going to do a leak check and make sure we don't have any atmosphere or anything like that coming out of the suit. After we get past leak checks, we'll step back into that depress activity. They're going to open that isolation valve again. That's going to allow the depress pump to continue working. They're also going to open what's called an emergency MPEV, manual pressure equalization valve, We start using that after we're below 5 psi, essentially working in conjunction with the pump itself, and that's going to continue until the crew lock hits about 2 psi. At that point, the pump, its valve is going to get closed and it's going to get powered off as the pump stops working once we get to 2 psi and below. The emergency MPAV remains opened as we will continue to watch the pressure drop. We'll get to a little less than half of a psi, usually a lot closer to 0, at which point we're essentially in vacuum. You'll have essentially an equal pressure between the crew lock and the outside of the space station, which is at vacuum.
In step 85, the removed metal canisters are serial number 20 and 22.
Easy copy, good numbers.
And that call down right there was reporting the removal of some of the canisters that are used to remove CO2 while everybody's inside of the equipment lock section. So at this point, all of that CO2 removal being done by the normal station systems like the Seedra, the carbon dioxide removal assembly. We talked a little bit earlier about the MEDOX canisters inside the spacesuits. That's how we're essentially capturing that carbon dioxide that they're breathing out throughout their spacewalk. Those are regenerative, so they have essentially a saturation point at which point they won't be able to remove any more CO2 as they're using a chemical process, using an oxide inside. Once all that oxide is used up, we're not removing any more CO2. So that's why we're keeping an eye on that and some of the other consumables throughout the spacewalk, just to determine how long we're going to be out the door. After spacewalks, though, those MEDOX canisters get removed and then they get put into a regenerative system. It's essentially an oven where we heat those canisters up. That breaks the bonds between that oxide and the carbon dioxide. That oxide can then be used again. That carbon dioxide gets dumped into the larger station atmosphere and then gets removed using the ECLSS, the life support system on board station. So that's how we're kind of constantly reusing and recycling these MEDOX canisters used in these spacesuits for spacewalks. Keeping an eye, though, the crew lock section's still a little over 8.5 psi. We're counting down from about 14.7, which is what the station atmosphere is kept at. It's pretty close to what you have here at sea level. It's 14.7 psi. We're going to see the pressure continue to tick down in the crew lock section until we're at about 5, at which point Josh Cassidy is going to essentially close the valve, turn that pump off, stop it from working so they can conduct those leak checks. And then after we're past the leak checks, we can start to get into the final depress and then the beginning of our spacewalk. Reminder, for the U.S. spacewalks, operationally we mark the beginning of a spacewalk is when the crew switches over to battery power, so it's after they're off those umbilicals and running solely on batteries inside the suits. At that point we will already be in a vacuum setting inside the airlock, and then we're going to continue the timer until they're back in the airlock at the very end. And once the hatch is closed and we start to get the repressurization of the airlock, that'll mark the official end.
EV1 and 2, when the crew lock gets to 6.0 psi, expect alert tone.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies, thanks.
And the crew lock right now coming up on 7 psi. The crew's going to get an alert tone at 6. And then once we get to 5, they're going to close the isolation valve on that depressurization pump. It's going to stop it from drawing the atmosphere out, and then we'll step into those leak checks. You're going to hear them referred to as EV1, EV2. Just a reminder, EV1 for today is Frank Rubio. He's your lead spacewalker. He's going to be primed for all of the hatch operations when we're getting ready to exit the Quest airlock and when we're coming back at the end. And then EV2 is Josh Cassada. This is the 3rd spacewalk for this pair. They've already completed 2, each in excess of 7 hours. This one also planned to last about 7 hours. It's going to look very similar to the spacewalk that they just did back on December 3rd, where they installed one of these IROSA solar arrays. At this point, we're just going to a different power channel. So we're continuing to follow along. We're at about 6.5 psi inside the crew lock. So again, that next major checkpoint is going to be once we hit 5. And meanwhile, in the equipment lock section, we're continuing to see Nicole Mann on the left, Koichi Wakata there in the middle. He's got in his hand what's known as the depress repress cue card. That's where he's reading off the procedures to get the instructions to the crew. And we're below 6 psi now, so we're going to be coming up soon on that 5 psi hold point. They're going to continue to put the crew lock or the equipment lock section kind of back in order a little bit, and then they're going to move over to set up for the robotic operations for today. So they're going to be responsible for operating the Canadarm2, the big robotic arm, as they're going to be using that to...
Houston EV2, TCV's back to 4 again.
Again, they're going to be using that robotic arm. Josh Casta is going to be...
Okay.
Houston copies, TCV4.
Thank you. Houston EV1, not sure if I ever told you my TCV, I moved it to 6. It was before we transitioned to hot mic.
Copy 6.
And those values that you're hearing, their TCV, that's their temperature control valve. That's just a small dial that they have on the front of their spacesuits and that display and control module. And they use that to essentially actively control just how cool or how cold the cooling is inside their suits.
Depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve.
And both of you expect the
closed. Everyone copy? And copy. Baton creature, we are enclosed.
Just confirm depress pump manual ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Thank you. EV1 and 2, we do the leak check. So switch display status until leak check question mark displayed.
Leak check question mark for EV2. EV1.
And then switch display yes, hold for 2 seconds and follow displayed instructions.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
All right, so right now we're holding at 5 psi inside of that crew lock section where Frank Rubio and Josh Cassidy are suited up. They're now stepping through leak checks on their spacesuits.
TV1, leak check complete.
Leak check complete for EV2. The check O2 actuator in EVA.
TV1 on work.
In work for EV2.
And getting word, we've had 2 good leak checks, so both suits checked out, looking good for today. Next up, we're going to be able to step back in to start continuing with the depressurization of the crew lock area. So at this point, we're going to hear them essentially turn that depress pump back on, opening up that isolation valve. And then also opening up what's called the emergency MPEV. That's a manual pressure equalization valve. And those two are going to work in concert to continue dropping the pressure down. Now that depress pump is going to continue working until we're at about 2 psi inside the airlock. Then that's going to get turned off. And then the rest of the atmosphere will go out via that emergency MPEV, that manual valve.
Position, EVA.
And O2 position EVA for EV2. Copy that, thank you. For Josh, depress pump manual ISO valve to open, and both of you expect alert tone.
TV1 copy. EV2 copies. Depress pump man ISO valve coming to open.
Copy. Okay, Josh, depress pump manual ISO valve is already open, right?
Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
Thank you. EV1 and 2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies.
And so by opening up that isolation valve, the depress is once again in work. So the depress pump, we're already at about 4.25 psi, so it's going to continue ticking down again until we get to about 2, and then all the work gets done by that manual pressure equalization valve to get the rest of the atmosphere that's going to get vented out. The pump saves all the atmosphere. The valve rejects it out into the vacuum of space, so we do lose a small amount of atmosphere with every single spacewalk, but it's largely a negligible amount, and we have the capability to continually essentially put breathing gases back into the station's atmosphere through cargo flights, but the majority of it just constantly being recycled by the different hardware on board. And just checking in, we're continuing with the depress of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. We're down just above 2. So again, after we get to 2, the pump's going to come off, and then it's over to a manual valve to vent out the rest.
Crew lock is at 2 psi. Depress pump manual ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Okay, on UIA, switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump power off, OFF.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll hand over to Nick for the follow-on depress Q card procedures. We'll talk with you from the robotics workstation.
Thanks, Squeegee. Amazing job, 2 days in a row.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks, Squeegee, Duke, for getting them all suited up and ready to go. And good morning / afternoon, Josh, Frank. Let's start by going through your tether config.
Hey, Nick, good morning. And thank you to the entire team for getting us here. Good job, and looking forward to working with you two. All right, so I will start. That's my waist tether. There you go. Okay, so my red hook is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock back on black. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is over to my green reel, gate closed, hook lock back on black. Green hook is to my red reel, gate closed. It is unlocked. And then my anchor hook is on my mini workstation. My right waist tether is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock back on black. And that goes over to Josh's anchor hook, and I can see both hooks are gate closed, hook lock, black on black. Josh, I'll go over to you. Okay. Starting with my left side, my left waist tether is gate closed, fighter lock, black on my D-ring extender. It goes to the D-ring extender of the airlock. And that hook is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. Also on that left D-ring extender of mine, I've got a safety tether hook, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. That is my 55-foot that is unlocked and goes to my mini workstation. On my right side, I've got my safety tether pack, my red hook, gate closed, fighter lock, black on my D-ring extender. Red reel is unlocked. On that red reel is a green hook. It is unlocked. The yellow hook goes to my green reel. It is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. That green hook, or that green reel is unlocked. And as Frank pointed out, my anchor for that safety tether pack is gate closed, fighter lock, black on black onto his waist tether, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black. And finally, my right waist tether is gate closed, slider lock, black on my right D-ring extender, and it goes to my mini workstation.
And Frank, Josh, we copy all. That is a good tether config.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
All right, so quick status. We just heard the ground IV NASA astronaut Nick Hague. He's going to be talking our two crew members through the spacewalk today, so he's the voice you'll be hearing from here in Mission Control. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio, EV1, Josh Cassidy, EV2 in the crew lock. They're getting closer to vacuum. There's just about 1 pound per square inch of pressure still inside. It's going to continue to leak down. Once they get to about half of a PSI, they'll get the go to open up the hatch and begin this spacewalk today. Again, the operational start time for today is after they get off of those service and cooling umbilicals and switch their suits over to battery power.
Just checking in with you as we wait for the crew lock to get down to 0. One reminder, when it gets close, you can expect some alert tones. Big picture, in terms of timeline, Koichi and Duke did an awesome job. You guys were super efficient, and we're 10, 15 minutes up on the timeline. So we're just going to go nice and slow and methodical out the hatch, and let the MEDOX condition properly. And then also we're going to have a patch of some Radicom. We're going to be down KU. We should have S-band, so we'll try to maintain voice through that. So we may ask you to repeat some things if we don't hear them. Just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, we copy. Nick, thanks so much for the overview. E2 copies as well, Nick, and just a heads up, I went TCV to 5.5 just in case we find ourselves in a warm restart.
Copy, Josh. 5.5 on the TCV, and I've got the cuff checklist open.
All right, so the crew continuing to wait until we get that crew lock just about down to vacuum. We're less than a PSI. You just heard another reference to TCV. That's the thermal control valve. Anytime the crew's altering that, they're just giving a heads up to the team on the ground. It's a small dial that they have on the front of their suits.
So what we're going to look for is crew lock pressure less than a half PSI, and that can be from our telemetry down here, or if you see it on the DCM or the hatch gauge.
Copy, Nick.
And so probably looking at a couple more minutes until we get just below half a PSI, and they'll be able to step through the hatch operations. But you'll hear those TCV values standing for a thermal control valve. It's a small dial that goes between 0 and 10 on the front of their suits, and then the higher the number, the colder that they're making it. As the astronauts are working inside of the suit, again, you're in a completely sealed environment. You're essentially in a small spacecraft yourself. You're generating heat, and so we have an active heat rejection system to help keep them cool. They wear what's known as a liquid cooling and ventilation garment, or LCVG, that looks a little similar to long underwear, and then it has tubing throughout the entire thing that's able to run cooled water around them. And so as they generate heat, that heat transfers into that liquid running around them, that then goes into the backpack section of the spacesuit, and ultimately gets to a place called the sublimator. And that's going to be using a physical process known as sublimation. So some of that water eventually turning into ice as it's exposed to vacuum, and then that ice sublimates. And by sublimating, we're going directly from a solid to a gas. That's what sublimation means. And so that ice turns into a vapor essentially as it's exposed to vacuum, and the act of sublimating draws energy from stuff around it. That's drawing that heat away from the water that's passing through the sublimator, and then it's cooled down and then goes right back through that liquid cooling garment. So that's essentially the process that we're using to help keep the crew members cool while they're working inside of the spacesuit. And they can control that freely throughout their spacewalk. They either start getting into a more intensive activity or spending a lot of time in direct sunlight that can tend to heat up the suits, so they can actively turn up and turn down the cooling just however they need to throughout. And right now we're at about 0.6 psi, so a little bit further to go, at which point they'll get the go. So Frank Rubio, he's EV1 today. Once they're outside, you'll be able to recognize him by having the red stripes around the legs of his suit. And then Josh Cassida is EV2. This is going to be the third spacewalk that this pair has done together. Pretty much all of these have been focused on this work to continue upgrading the power generation system on the station. Just a couple of quick stats as we get ready. This is going to be the 257th spacewalk in support of station assembly and the 12th one out of the spacewalk this year. So again, the third one for them.
Sublimator pressure, airlock pressure of 0.4.
Frank, as a heads up, I've got a blank screen, but I have not navigated.
Okay. Mine went, once we hit 0.5, mine also went blank, but I can static down to sublimator P.
And Frank, copy your reading on the gauge. We see a little bit higher pressure here. We're going to wait just a little bit, 10 seconds to a handover. I'll catch you on the other side.
You want copy?
And so you just heard we're heading into a handover. So we're heading into a period where pretty much over the next 20 minutes we might have our video connection with the station kind of cutting in and out as we move through gaps in coverage between our teasers, our tracking data, and relay satellites. The good thing about spacewalks is we'll pretty much have wall-to-wall connection with the station in terms of video coverage once we're out the door. But for the next 20 minutes, it'll be a little bit ratty, so we might be comms only. But quick status, both Frank Rubio, Josh Cassida in the crew lock section of the airlock. They had 2 successful leak checks on their suits as we went through the depress. They have been moving about 10-15 minutes ahead of the timeline. Again, this is the third one this pair has done with the help of Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann to get suited up and get into the airlock itself. We're coming up on half of a PSI. Once we get a little bit below that, they'll get the go to start moving into some of the hatch operations and then getting their suits onto battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. In total, planned to last about 7 hours today with the goal of installing a new IROSA, an International Space Station rollout solar array that's going to further augment the station's power generation capability. So they already went through essentially a safety tether setup, as each of these crew members is going to be tethered to the station structure at all times throughout the spacewalk. So the first thing they do is just check the location of all those tethers before they head out the door.
Back with you. We see pressure less than 0.5 down here on the ground, so your go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. Go to open and stow. Good work.
And so Frank Rubio, EV1, just got the go to open and stow the EV hatch. That's the hatch that leads to the outside. That's going to give them open access out into the vacuum of space, after which they'll egress or exit the Station Quest airlock and begin the spacewalk today. So some of the first things they're going to do is split up. Josh Cassida moving off to get the space station's robotic arm ready.
Copy, Frank.
But Josh Cassida moving off to get the arm ready, but also start to prepare the IROSA for its removal from its temporary stow location, what's called the FSE. He's going to be releasing ARDS, anti-rotation devices. Those are just additional locks that are in place to help keep the IROSA secure on that temp site when they're packed into the trunk part of the Dragon spacecraft. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to move out to the work site and begin routing some of the cables.
Emergency MPEV is closed.
Copy, Koichi.
And Koichi Wakata reporting the emergency MPEV. That's the manual pressure equalization valve that we use to get rid of the last bits of atmosphere.
Just want to confirm you've got the hatch stowed as well.
Affirmative.
Okay, so we're going to step into post-depress. So both of you, you're going to want to stagger your switch throws. Expect warning tones, but you're going to take power to bat.
Copy. Good work.
EV1, I'm sorry, EV2 copies. I'll stand by, Frank.
Okay. My power back.
Copy. Here comes EV2. EV2 is in bat, and I had on the display quickly. I saw power restart with the pipe.
Okay, copy. And Frank, if you want to display Switch Pro to verify functionality as well.
To be clear, Nick, I have not done that yet. Understand we have a go for Pro.
A-firm. You both are go.
Nick, I have a good display.
And good display for EV2 as well. Great news.
All right. So, Josh, you want to take power for EV1 and 2 to OFF and verify that all the 4 LEDs go out.
Do that. IA power EV1. OFF. Power EV2. OFF. All 4 LEDs are out.
Okay, you're both go to disconnect your
I think this
SDUs.
is expected.
Okay, one copy.
I'm going to throw this message. I think this is expected. Suit P high.
Hey, Josh, we didn't hear the message. If you could repeat.
SCU. Yeah, I had a suit P high, and I throwed it. Assume that was expected.
And Josh, that is expected.
Good. I'm SCU for now.
Is your suit P gauge good?
Yeah, I'm showing 4.6. I think we just need to breathe it down.
Yep.
And Frank, Josh, we've got Radicom right now. I want to let you know that that message was expected for Suit P high.
Copy. We agree. I'm showing coming down to 4.5 now and demating the SCU.
Copy. And you're both go to demate the SCUs, install the DCM cover, and then stow the SCU in its pouch.
One copy.
EV2 covers.
And so a lot of developments there real quick. So our spacewalk did officially start. Both of these crew members, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassidy, switching their suits over to battery power at 7:19 a.m. Central Time. That's it.
Josh, your SCU stow is complete.
And EV1. EV1 SCU is disconnected and stowed, and DCM covers on.
Copy, Frank. So, Josh, if you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
So for both of you, you'll take your TCV to max hot.
Copy, max hot. In work.
V2 is in max hot.
And copy, Josh.
And again, the official start time of our spacewalk today, 7:19 a.m. Central Time, 8:19 a.m. Eastern.
EV1 max hot.
Copy, Frank. And so you're both go to take your water switch to on.
Copy. EV1, water is on.
EV2, water is on.
And you'll check your DCM is blank and your byte is off.
Parameter for EV1.
Display blank and byte off for EV2.
Copy for both, and you're good to set your TCV as desired, and I'm 5 seconds from a handover.
EV1 copy.
And so a quick handover until we get com back, but again, a lot has just unfolded. Our spacewalk officially started, 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern. Both the crew members in a fully depressurized airlock with the hatch open switched their suits over to battery power, kicking things off. After that, they had disconnected and stowed the SCU, the service and cooling umbilical, that up until that point was able to provide both power, cooling, fluids, and hardline communications. Those get stowed with the special cover over them until the very end of our spacewalk when they get attached back to their suits.
Welcome back. I am set at 5. Actually, 5.5.
EV2, TCV 4.
Copy, 5.5 and 4. We'll take a suit P gauge reading from both of you.
EV1, 4.3.
EV2, 4.3.
Okay, copy. And just to let you know, we're good suit parameters here on the ground. Your visors, you're going to be going out into daylight. And we are ready, Frank, for you to open the thermal cover.
Okay, copy that. And work.
And Frank, as you do that, you'll stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and then report the number of Sharpie lines.
Copy.
All right, so again, the crew underway with our spacewalk. That clock started ticking about 7.5 minutes ago at 7:19 a.m. Central Time. They've reconfigured a couple of different systems in the crew lock section, the service and cooling umbilicals. They double-checked that the...
Go to the tether point, and I see 6 Sharpie lines.
Copy, Frank, 6 lines, and you're go to egress the airlock. And just for your guys' essay, we're still voice only for the next handful of minutes.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
All right, Josh, you ready?
Ready.
Hey, go.
All right, so Rubio and Cassidy are starting to move out of the airlock.
You're looking to put your anchor down on the port stanchion of handrail 554.
Rubio will be first out as EV1. He's opening up a thermal cover. It's a small bit of protective covering that sits on the outside of the hatchway. They're going to be able to close that once they get outside. It just protects the interior of the airlock from different thermal concerns from direct sunlight. First thing out is, again, double-checking some tether points, getting those ready, and then we're going to see these two spacewalkers split off to go do different tasks.
On the fourth expansion of 0554, Cape Coral, hook lock, flag on line.
Copy, Frank. That's a good config. So you're go to put Josh's anchor on the aft D-ring.
Copy.
And so the first tethers they're working with are the anchor ones. These are one of several that they're going to use to remain tethered to the station structure at all times. Frank's got one to a handrail right outside, and as he's first out, he'll be able to attach Josh's anchor, which is currently attached to one of his own waist tethers to a different ring just outside of the airlock.
All right, Josh, you are on the D-ring, gate close, hook lock, flag on block. Copy. And just verify something real quick. Okay, we're both on good config. Your anchor head still says ED1 pack. I just wanted to verify it was all correct. Okay. And I see my tether pack to the 0554, and your tether pack is going back inside. Again, gate close, hook lock, block on block to the aft ring.
Hey, copy all, Frank.
Go. Go ahead.
Yep, no, Frank, we concur. Good path. Your go to release, Josh, you can release your waist tether.
Copy. Go to pick up my waist tether from the D-ring extender.
All right, so getting those initial tether points in place as both move to get out of the airlocks. We should be getting video comm back with the station in about 4 minutes.
I am tethered to the mic bag, and you have a go to release. I will bring the white small with me.
Okay, Nick, so Nick has got his BRT right on the M bag. He's also got it on his BRT. And I'm going to go ahead and release the big hook from inside, and we'll take that with us, if you agree.
Those are good words, Josh.
All right, Frank, here comes the hook.
Okay. We're going to release.
And right now, Josh Castro working to retrieve and hand over a crew lock bag that has the power cables that we're going to be using.
Copy.
You are clear. It comes at a really bad angle when you come out, so it'll be right in your face. You ready for it?
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And Frank Rubio is going to take that bag.
You guys are in a good config. Frank, you're going to position to the forward side of the airlock for Josh's egress.
Okay, I am there.
So again, stepping through this initial egress, exiting of the airlock activity. Frank Rubio already outside the airlock, getting ready to give the go for Josh to move outside as well. Once they get outside and we're able to get this video comm back in the next 2 to 3 minutes, they'll get the goes to turn on their HECA, which, if you love acronyms.
And Frank, Josh, once you guys are both outside, the first thing we'll have you do is turn on your HECA.
You want copies?
It looks like I'm getting hung up, but my PGT is clear. Can you see?
What? Your PGT is clear. I think.
There we go.
Yep, just.
Might have just been
There you go. Yeah, I think it was your put just slightly set.
Okay.
Okay, and next EV1 goes on.
Copy, Frank.
Okay, once we get video back, they'll be turning the HECAs on. We heard that call, or that go from Nick Hague down here on the ground. Now, HECA, that's H-E-C-A. That's an acronym with acronyms inside of acronyms. HECA stands for the High Definition. High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. So,
Matt, or the thermal cover first, I guess, buddy check. I'm ready when you are. Okay. Oops, let me get my HECA on. Okay. I'm kidding about that sun.
Yep, I don't see green LED.
Oh.
It is. I see that.
Okay.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start with you. So, I see good HECA light, good. WZ also, although that's hard to tell, to be honest, with the sun is super bright in my eyes. Coming down, you see 1, 2, 3 caps. Up. And a little bit to your left, please. Two safety handles are down. And your tools and tethers look like they are in a good config.
Okay, copy that. Got your WVS. And if you move your left hand just slightly. Oh man, I don't see your HECA. Is that on? Can you see it in your mirror? Actually, I don't.
Yep, it's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I've got both. Yep. And I've got 3 tabs up. And let's see, your safer handles. The visors back up. And then rotate to your left so I can see. There you go, I got both. Both safer handles are down. And finally, your tool config. The bag is hanging down at your knee, but I think that'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
And your tether looks good.
Okay.
So I've got a dry hat. And I've got good buddy checks.
And I also have a dry hat. So if you're with us, we have good buddy checks for both EV1 and EV2.
Yeah, copy, Frank. Josh, we're back with you, and we're picking up KU now. We should have video here shortly. We copy good buddy checks. Just wanted to confirm that the reels were unlocked. We might have missed that before, and then after that, it'll be close the thermal cover.
Two unlocked.
EV1, the reels unlocked.
Copy. Thanks for double checking that for us. Your go to close the thermal cover.
Good. Sure. Okay, thermal cover is closed.
It doesn't look like it's staying. Okay. I think that that little D-ring is probably in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good check. You want to make sure that that D-ring strap's not over the magnet.
And that is now clear.
I agree. Looks good.
Thermal cover is closed.
Copy. So, Frank, you're going to translate out to the Green Hook location. You're leading the way. Just a reminder for no fare leading.
Okay, copy that. En route over to the starboard seat coast. Hi, Josh. A little bit.
Okay, I'll be there with you.
All right, well, with that, we heard Frank and Josh going through what's called buddy checks. As you can imagine, it's hard to get a good look at your own suit.
There, Josh, as you're following, just a reminder for the caution to watch out for the tug cable.
Everyone copy. Thank you.
Maybe 2 copies, thank you.
And so the buddy checks, each of these astronauts gets a look at the other, verifying that they see lights for things like their HECA, the helmet cams, and then the various...
Josh, I'm at the top of the feeder spur.
Okay. Good. I'm on the feeder spur.
Again, looking at things like the safer handles, making sure they're not engaged, things of that nature. And it looks like we're starting to get our first helmet camera view. So this is number 20, so this should be Frank Rubio, whose first task is going to be to head out to the actual site where we're going to be installing the iROSA today and start routing some of the cables. And so he's got, it's essentially 2 cables, but they're going to be functioning as 2 different Y connectors. So one end of the cables is split into 2 pieces. One end goes into the new iROSA once it's there, the other into a connection for the existing solar array, and then those get plugged in to the 4A power channel. And so by installing all these, once the iROSA is in place, we're essentially going to be integrating the iROSA and the existing array into the same power channel.
It's already out there.
Yep, copy. And so, Frank, you're going to be looking for handrail 3652. That should be just nadir of the starboard seat cart.
Okay, 3652.
And then each of the handrails on the outside have numbers.
Your handrail is 3651 on the nadir stanchion.
Copy. 3651 nadir stanchion.
But each of those handrails will have numbers engraved into them, so that's what they can use to help kind of find their way. And this just looking right over the shoulder of Frank Rubio as he starts to head out to the work site to start routing some of those cables. Meanwhile, Josh Cassida splitting off.
Houston, space to ground 3 for Koichi or Duke for robotics.
And for both of
Not the starboard seat cart.
and copy, you're at the starboard seat cart.
Hey, Duke, just wanted to let you guys know before you head into your midday meal that Josh and Frank are about 10 minutes up on the timeline, so they may be given that call to start robotics ops a little early. You guys are go for steps 1 and 2 whenever you are ready before then. And we'll give all of our robotics calls, Duke, on space to ground 3.
Frank, Josh, while you guys are working on your green hooks there, I'm going to read off some warnings and cautions, if that's okay.
Okay, next, just for your awareness, my green hook is down on the inboard stanchion of 3652. I'm en route to the bag.
Copy, Frank.
The EV2 is ready for those cautions.
And so there's a warning.
EV1 also ready.
There's a warning for the grapple shafts and the cervic coupling teeth that there are no touch. And then for the FSC, it's a reminder to translate slow, less than 4 inches per second. Wait for motion to dampen out before imparting loads. don't translate simultaneously, and avoid contact with IROSA blankets and solar cells.
One copy.
BV2 copies, thanks.
And the ground IV for today, Nick Hague reading out a couple of cautions. Anytime we do these spacewalks.
So you've got a good green hook down. You're going to work on bundling the cable bag and then translating outboard. And Josh, 3651, you might have to wait for Frank and maybe able to give him a hand getting that bundle together.
Yeah, I agree. I think I will have to wait. Yep.
And big picture for both of you, we're about 10 minutes up on the timing with our eclipse, so we're good just working this slow and methodical and conditioning the MEDOX the right way.
Sounds great.
Sounds good, thanks, man.
Station Houston on space.
EV2, TCV is now 5.5.
Copy, Josh, 5.5.
Josh Gassner with another TCV call out. Again, just adjusting the thermal control valve on his suit, just how cool he's making it. And the number goes between 0 and 10. The higher the number, the colder it is.
Space ground 3 today for our ground call since 2 is going to the Russian segment.
Okay.
Josh?
Hi. I think I will have to wait to get to that 3651 if you agree. Doesn't look like we want to do that. Have me go past you.
Okay.
I can certainly help here if you need it.
Okay, great. Give me just 1 second to get this.
Okay. If you want me to, I can connect this large small that's off of the M bag to the cable bag, but I don't want to mess you up.
Yeah, if you think there's a point that we can draw tension off of, or at least lock it out, maybe on the far side there.
You want to lock it out?
Yeah, just because I want the bags kind of tight together.
I think so you want it retracting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
don't.
Let it retract all the way and then lock it so it doesn't come out any further.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah. But I think if you pull on it when it's locked out like that, it'll continue to let some out, not reel back in.
Okay.
You might not want to do that. All right, but up to you. If you want, it is connected. You let me know if you want it locked out.
Thank you. Yeah, you can just leave it unlocked.
Yeah. So you are large, small from the M bag, go onto the cable bag on one of the external D-rings.
Yeah, it's just not going to give it enough tension here. Is the bag still attached?
Yeah. Yep. The bag.
You have that. Yep. Okay, great.
Are you preferring to switch the BRT to the cable bag?
No, I just wanted to see if I could get it tighter here. From flopping around so much.
I could put the integral on there if you want, instead of the large small. But that all,
yeah,
you can't.
Are you able to put, oh, here, I got it from here. And actually, I may just undo this. Well, no, it'll keep it. Are you able to now release it?
The large small?
the IDA bag. I'll just keep the large small words up. So I am routed to the mic bag, and the mic bag is routed in 2 locations to the IDA bag. I can see it's we're clear to release it from Cedar Coast.
Okay. I can confirm that it is routed. The large small is connected. You have the other one.
Yep.
So I'm going to release this from block or square alpha, and I'll leave it free. Unless you wanted it.
If you can hook it back up, that'd be great. Just to thank you.
All right. There you go.
Awesome. Josh.
No problem.
And Frank, Josh, want to let you know that we have good HECA and are following along now with video as well as voice. So Frank, you got that bundled up. Good work. And you're going to translate out to the work side. Note in here to about a fair lead zenith of the port TFR as you go out.
Okay. Copy that. Thanks, Nick. And yeah, thanks to Josh for helping getting that bundled.
Oh, no problem. It's good.
All right. Picking up my local and heading up. Josh, let me, do you mind if I go first here? Or you're heading native?
I'm heading native.
Okay.
All right, with the bag handoff now complete, again, our spacewalkers are going to go 2 separate directions right now. For Frank Rubio, he's going to be heading over to the canister, essentially the area where we're actually going to be installing the new solar array. He's going to pre-route some of the cables that are going to be required to essentially jumper the new solar array into the power channel itself. So he'll get those laid out and tied down in advance of the array itself showing up. Meanwhile, Josh Cassida going to move over to the FSE, the flight support equipment. It's essentially the cargo pallet.
Outboard TFR, there is a long duration that's holding the brake arms in place. So it's going to keep me from being able to shoot my cord up and over the TFR.
Yeah, copy, Frank. Understand the config. Idea is to separate you, Zenith, and keep Josh Nader. So if you can go over and around the whole TFR, that'll achieve the same ends.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem. Is I don't know if you can see it on the HECA here, but well, let me see if I can rotate it around here. It doesn't quite have enough slack to come off the top of the TFR, so I'm not able to go up and over.
Yeah, copy that, Frank. Can you take the tether over the top of the brake handle? Yeah, Frank, if you can put it up there, it should help us keep that separation.
Okay. I'll just put it up and over the width. It'll have a little bit better.
Copy. Sounds like a good plan. And Frank, as you head out, we'll just want to check that you've got your gauntlets in place.
Yeah, both gauntlets are down and covering the metal portion.
Copy all, thanks. And Frank, I'm going to knock out a couple cautions for you here on the mass canister. So no sudden movements, slow motion, less than 4 inches per second on the BGN, the mod kit, avoid cyclic loading. Watch the snag hazard on the battery and AP cables on the IEA. And you've got a 40-pound max load on the mod kit.
Yeah.
So a few quick call-outs from Ground IV Nick Hague there. We're just about 35 minutes into today's spacewalk. So we're into the first major task of the day for each of these two.
Down, just a heads up, having these safety tethers, especially the 55-foot that isn't really retracting very well. It is unlocked. It's not real strong, just creating some snag hazards. So I'm just taking my time to make sure we don't create anything.
Okay, thanks, Josh. We're doing that.
Yeah, and copy that, Josh.
All right, Nick, I'm at 5107.
Copy. That's the handrail for the cable bag.
Copy.
You want to position the lid hinge toward the center of the IEA if you can, and use the ORU tether points if needed. And Josh, now that you've got your green hook down, it's translating up to the crew lock bag Tango, and so placing a fair lead on the port seated cart and going up and around stanchion Alpha.
Copy.
And again, at this point, a little more than 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, both spacewalkers moving out to their first major task. EV1 Frank Rubio heading out to the work site. He just got some cautions read from the Ground IV Nick Hague, essentially just reminding him not to make any sudden movements, impart a lot of loads into what's called the mass canister, the mod kit. This is the hardware that's installed to attach the new rollout solar array to position it over the existing one. He's heading out there with a cable bag that has some cables in it, and he's going to pre-deploy some of those.
This is a little bit of an issue coming out here. You sure you want me to go more zenith? With my fairlead?
Yeah, Josh, you've got the best eyes on in the situation there. These fair leads were intended to keep separation, but if you don't think it's necessary, you don't have to do it.
Okay. Sounds good. Frank, if you need it on the TFR, it'll be there for you, but okay, I'm not seeing the need.
All right, copy.
So in this view, we can see, and we were just hearing Josh Cassidy, he's EV2.
So Josh, your next task is going to be putting an adjustable equipment tether on the stanchion Alpha for the beam stow task that's going to happen later.
Okay, understood. I'm going to take another minute and manage all the stuff here on my mini workstation. It's a little bit of a pain.
Yep, understand. Lots of adjustables and rets.
And running through just a couple of things we're looking at. So you can see Josh Cassidy there in the bottom left. Just above him, the large white pallet with the cross point on the very top. That's the FSE, the flight support equipment. That's the temporary stowage point right now for these IROSA solar arrays. That's what they were essentially packed on top of as they rode up in the trunk of the cargo Dragon vehicle. Those two circular pieces you can see, that is the IROSA for today, the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. They arrive folded up. They're going to be translated or moved over to the install point in this folded up configuration before they get unfolded and unfurled by the spacewalkers. The first major task for Josh Casa is going to be releasing ARDSs, anti-rotation devices. These are just safety connections in place to prevent any rotation as the arrays and the equipment carriers getting loads imparted on it during any launch or ascent or robotic motion. So those are going to get released. And then they're going to get ready to remove the FSE beams. These are two support beams running perpendicular over the top of the IROSAs that are there to hold them in place. Obviously, we need to release those before we can slide the IROSA out and begin carrying it over to the work site. So he's going to first release those anti-rotation devices and then step into that beam release. He's going to be joined in that beam release activity once Frank Rubio has completed routing those initial cables. Again, those cables that Frank Rubio's routing, he's got essentially two, but there are a couple of cables bundled together. They're going to be Y connectors with one end with 2 points, one going into the new solar array, one connecting to the legacy solar array. Both of those coming together to then connect into the power channel, allowing them both to continue to provide power to the 4A. So looking through Frank Rubio's helmet cam, you can see some of those cables. He's going to get those essentially routed through some of the different fixtures and wire tied down very close to where they're ultimately going to be connected. We're not going to make those connections until the solar array itself is in place and we are in an eclipse.
And Frank, following along, saw you get the cable out of the cable bag. So you're going to head over to that left side of the mod kit and stow the crew lock bag.
Routing work, start foot.
And looking at Josh Cassidy's moving up to the FSE. Again, that's the large white pallet you can see with the two targets on it. And then there's the IROSA, and it's folded up in completely furled configuration. At the very end, on either end, we're looking at are the booms for the IROSA itself. And those are, after it's completely unfolded and unfurled, those are what's going to provide the actual structural support for those solar cells in the middle. He got a couple of cautions just as he got over here. Again, we're trying not to impart any major loads, so not really rocking anything as they work to attach. They're not going to be moving simultaneously once they're both on the FSE, and they don't want them touching any of the blankets where those solar cells are on IROSA. So you're going to continually hear these call outs for just different cautions and warnings.
I understand it's channel 12, is that correct?
And affirmative, that's handrail 12 on that stanchion alpha, right there in your hand.
And as Cassidy gets closer to his eventual stopping point, he's going to get himself tethered in to this area. Then he's going to break out the PGT, the pistol grip tool. You can see it attached to his mini workstation. You can see the small number 3 on it.
And I assume we're going to use the forward stanchion, so I'm just going to leave that hanging. You're okay with that?
Yep, and copy, Josh. That looks good.
Okay, I think you're going to let me get rid of this long duration tight on tether next, am I right?
That's affirmative. That's going to go on the tower handrail.
Okay.
And Frank, I see you stringing the crew lock bag in between the lower strut and the mid strut. After you get that in a good position, you're going to retrieve the square scoop from inside crew lock bag M.
Copy and work.
And again, coming up, we're gonna see Josh Casa using the PGT, the pistol grip tool. It's more or less the electric drill that we use to interact with pretty much every bolt that you'll see. We're going to hear a number of settings called out. That pistol grip tool has the capability of dialing in exactly how much torque you want to be imparting, how quickly, how many rotations per minute it's conducting. You can limit the amount of torque that it's going to impart, and then it has a LED display readout where the crew member is able to see how many turns it's completed. And to give you an idea, we plan these spacewalks out to the point where we know how many turns that we're expecting them to have to do, and then giving them very precise instructions on just how much torque and things of that nature.
Take that scoop over to the mounting bracket. You're going to install it at that 45-degree angle as it points inboard to the station. You want to confirm that's locked before you release the red.
Yep.
And then throughout, you might also hear reference to a scoop. That's another tool that the crew members have access to. They're essentially equipment aids for handling things. They're handles that they can attach to different payloads, to structures.
45 degrees to the right, and it is locked. Release the red.
Copy, Frank. Good install on the scoop.
And so Frank Rubio just installed a scoop that is essentially a temporary handrail for him now.
See that you've got the long duration on the tower handrail. That's a good location for it. When you finish up there, we'll want you to check your left safer handle. We think we might have seen it in video is a little bit up.
Okay.
And looking at a brief handover now, we should get video back pretty quickly this time, though. We won't have another long gap for quite a while, but we are still into the first major task for each of these spacewalkers as they continue to work through. We were about 10 to 15 minutes ahead in the timeline so far. Even if we get too far ahead, we'll have to wait at some point in the spacewalk just to make sure when we get to the cable connection part, we're in an eclipse.
On the tower, and
Copy, Josh. And we're back with you. Just had a short hand over there.
okay, thanks, Nick. Both handles are down.
Copy. Thanks for checking that. Josh, for you, the next...
Thank you for catching it.
Yeah, no problem. The next thing for you is going to be retrieving the socket caddy from inside the crew lock bag Tango and stowing it on the external using a ret, and then you're going to do your socket swap for the 12-inch 716.
Copy.
Nick, I'm looking at the right side soft capture. It looks like it was kind of in a capture position, so we go ahead and cycle it and reset it.
Yeah, copy that, Frank. And any words on how it feels when you're cycling it would be appreciated.
Okay. It's kind of medium amount of stiction, so not quite as hard as those on the left on the previous one, but not nearly as easy as the one on the right on the previous one.
Okay, understand. And we're back with the video, so I see you're making headway on routing the right cables.
And so this view from Frank Rubio's helmet camera is, again, he's working to route some of those cables. These are going to be the power connection cables that's going to integrate the newly deployed iROSA into the 4A power channel on board the station. And so he's getting these into essentially their initial connection point. He's going to tie them down using some wire ties and some other harnesses to secure these so they're not just kind of floating around freely, making sure he's leaving enough slack for the eventual connection themselves. These won't get connected to the arrays themselves until we're in an eclipse. Being out of direct sunlight is the primary inhibit for making sure that the solar arrays aren't generating electricity and we're not plugging into something actively generating. So at some point we will have to wait for an eclipse. We are timed to hopefully hit that pretty much on the money as we plan out all of the other activities, as this is now the second one of these installs that this pair of crew members has done, completing their last one in just a little over 7 hours. This today, a planned 7-hour spacewalk, at which point right now we are 50 minutes and 40 seconds into, still in the first major task. So
socket swap is in work.
Copy, Josh.
And while Frank Rubio is working on this cable routing, Josh Cassada over at the FSE getting ready to release what's known as the ARDS, the anti-rotation devices.
Josh, in terms of where you're going to put that 2-inch, your trash bag or on the socket caddy, it's your call.
It's got to be one of those two, is that right?
Yeah, copy. That's your two choices.
So he's going to have two of these.
On the removal, there's too much in the trash bag, so I'll have to put it on the socket caddy.
He's going to have two of these ARDs to release, and he's got to attach some tethers to them, as these ones are not what's called captive bolts. So captive bolt, once you unscrew it, it stays in kind of a captive fitting. In this case, these don't have it. So he's going to be attaching a tether to them to make sure he captures them, and then bring them in his bag and not just let them float off. In the meantime, he's also breaking out that PGT, the pistol grip tool, making sure he has the right socket size on it, and then we'll hear the call out of the different settings that he's going to be using before he starts using that to drive some of these bolts and release these anti-rotation devices.
Good pull test on the removal.
Copy, Josh.
Good pull test on the install.
That's good news. And so, Josh, you're going to translate over to the Charlie 12 bolt, and that's near Stanchion Alpha.
Copy that. It seems like you're making pretty good time over there. Going on?
I was, and then my safety tether and other plans, but I just got it maxed out, so I'm probably just back to normal timeline here.
Okay. That's good.
And you guys are both making great progress, so no rush.
Thank you, Nick.
Houston Station on 3 for Robo.
Koichi, Houston 51-3, go ahead.
I'm looking at the SSC-20. This is the Heckler camera split screen views, but on the left side I see a nice Heckler view, but the right side, the split screen view shows no WVS video, and we don't see any EV camera views as expected.
after I have one wire tied down with 3 turns, can I release my rat cable?
And Koichi, we copy. We think we'll need to get...
and Frank, you need to have 2 wire ties with 3 twists holding down the cable to release your red. So we need you to put it under that next wire tie.
Okay.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Okay, Nick, let's talk about an ARD. I see AR3 here at C12.
Okay, copy that. And so you'll attach your adjustable from your trash bag to that ARD tether point, and then when you're ready, I've got PGT settings for you.
That's great.
And just a reminder, that tether point is not the long lanyard, it's the physical metal tether point.
Thank you. Okay, I've got my adjustable on it, and that adjustable is ready back to my mini workstation, and I will go for my PGT.
Copy, Josh.
And then Nick, well, I guess we'll see. I was going to ask if that tab's going to move out of the way. I need to reach in there and persuade it, but I think it might want to go once we go counterclockwise a little bit.
Yep, you're thinking the same thing that I am. There's no spring loading or anything, so when you loosen it up, if it doesn't rotate out of its way, you may have to nudge it.
That's good. Okay, we are woken up and calibrated.
Copy, Josh. So it's going to be Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, I got Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
That's a good read back.
This is the one that's 6 to 10.
6 to 10 turns. Yep. 6 to 10 turns. You're going just to loosen it. Don't exceed those 10. It's not captive.
All right, Nick, those cables are in place. I had to disconnect the cables because just to kind of undo the rat's nest that it formed. Do you want me to connect them back? They both look like they're in a good configure.
And that's a negative, Frank. We were expecting them to be disconnected anyway, so it's in a good config.
Got it. All right, great.
I counted 10. Actually, don't see revolutions on there. I see torque, low torque, but I don't see number of revolutions, but I counted 10.
Yep, and that's expected, Josh. So hopefully that block is loosened up and you're able to rotate it out of the way.
Let's see.
Nick, on the left soft capture features, the centermost one is engaged and in the proper config, and kind of medium fiction. And the left one is in the capture, or correction, in the engaged position. So I'm going to go ahead and cycle that one, and also set it in the right position.
Copy all, Frank. Thanks.
And all three soft captures are in the proper config.
Copy, Frank.
Next for ARD.
With you, Josh.
Nick? Yeah, so I can see pretty good play there with the tab and the washers. Is that what you expect? Didn't go too far, I don't think. No, it is out of the way now.
Yep, if it's loosened, you should be able to pull that, if you can reach that lanyard that's there to assist you in the reach.
I understand that. I was seeing pretty good length on there with some washers that are free, but I mean they're contained. They're just sliding up and down. But we got it. ARD is removed, and I'm going to get set up for driving it back in.
And we can see it just floating there in the center. That was one of those two ARD's anti-rotation devices that Josh Cassidy is working on removing. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio still over at the work site preparing for the arrival of the IROSA, routing those cables. He also cycled through the three soft capture devices. There's three. They'll look very similar to handles when you see them on your screen that are once the IROSA is slid into place, those handles will engage and we'll have a soft capture. So that just helps to maintain an alignment and then allows these crew members to drive the 8 mounting brackets that will securely fasten IROSA onto that mounting station. And we are a little over an hour and 2 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, everything kicked off at 7:19 a.m. Central when the crew switch over to their battery power on their spacesuits. Still in the first primary task. Right now, one of two anti-rotation devices over holding the IROSAs in place has been removed. Josh Cassidy working on removing number 2. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio working on securing those power cables that are going to get connected after the IROSA is secured in place. Also making sure that the soft capture system is ready for its arrival. After he's complete, he's going to start translating back over to where Josh Cassidy is working at the IROSA itself on that temporary stow site, that flight support equipment area where we can see Cassidy working right here. Then the two are going to work to release a pair of beams. There are beams laying perpendicular across the IROSA itself. Those have been in place to help hold them throughout all of the launch and arrival, and those are going to get removed. And then after that, we'll be able to start actually relocating this IROSA over to its ultimate install site. In order to do that, Josh Cassidy is going to get into a foot restraint on the robotic arm.
Copy, Josh. That's a good bolt. So we're going to translate over to C11, which is stanchion delta.
Okay. And I see why we only got 4. If you guys could see it in the HECA, I'm happy with this config. It definitely is not going anywhere.
No, we're happy. Yeah, Josh, we're happy with the config. We can't see it. The HECA, just for your SA, is got a face full of IROSA.
Got it. What happened is the bolt, the block is rotated counterclockwise, and when I went to drive back in, it just catches on it is caught on the lip of the C12. It is definitely in there and not going anywhere.
Copy all. Everybody on the ground's happy.
Sounds
good.
Sounds like just like what happened to me there, Josh.
Oh, it did? Okay. Yep. Sorry, I missed that. Last time.
And Frank, I see you making headway with the left wire harness.
I promise.
And so in this split screen view, we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio on the left there, EV1 for today's spacewalk. On the right, that's Josh Cassidy, EV2. Again, they're at separate locations right now going through these first major tasks of getting this new rollout solar array installed. Frank Rubio now working to secure one of the wire bundles using a number of wire ties. He's going to be attaching these to different handrails. And this is just to keep those cables secure. He's going to make sure he has enough slack built into that for the ultimate connections that these are going to make to the mounting bracket area, and then ultimately down.
Struggle with the lanyards, and explains why Frank decided to break his last time.
It definitely crossed my mind.
I was like, you think it was premeditated?
Just so long, this ARD tether. Yeah. I'm going to be really deliberate about what I loosen. Release, it's going to be hand-heavy adjustable that is anchored on my mini workstation. Dual tether point, not the red that goes to it. Okay.
All right, Nick, before I leave the worksite here, left cable bundle is down and wire tied in 2 locations. I can see that we have good reach to the bracket location here, and the 2 sides are disengaged. And then I have 3 soft captures in the proper location. Anything else you need me to do here?
Yeah, and Frank, if you can just confirm that the MOI is kind of clear, that plane on top of the mod kit, make sure there's no interference there. You probably have good eyes for that. Otherwise, let's head back to the cable bag.
Okay. And I keep good config for MOI both sides.
Good news.
All right, well, coming up on 1 hour, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk, just heard some good reports out from Frank Rubio, EV1 for today. Right now he's over at the ultimate install point for the iROSA, securing 2 different cables that we have. Each of these is essentially going to be a wide jumper connecting the newly installed iROSA and the legacy solar array down into the power channel itself. So as part of the preparation work, he's been securing those cables.
Cable bag drag is closed, and then you're going to translate inboard to the port seated cart and link back up with Josh for the FSC.
Okay. Can we just leave it open because we're going to be putting the mount kit back in here later. Can I at least just use the Velcro?
Just Velcro. You don't have to use straps to keep it closed, but we'd like to have the top on it.
Copy that. All right, Mac, we're going to try to keep that from happening this time.
Sounds like...
I understand we're doing Bravo 3 counterclockwise 2.
Those are good settings. 6 to 10 turns.
I do have my adjustable on the ARD.
And copy. And we can see it in your HECA.
And right now, Frank Rubio making his way over to join Josh Cassada at this FSE where the solar array is currently stowed. Cassada working to remove that second anti-rotation device, and then once that's out, he'll be done with that task. He'll swap out one of the sockets on his pistol grip tool before they get ready to remove the support beams.
Copy 10 turns, Josh.
And we'll be able to see these support beams once we get into their helmet cam. You can actually see a little bit from this view in the lower left-hand corner if you see that white bar that's going across the upper part of the array running left to right. That is one of the two support beams holding iROSA in place on this transporter, and those are both going to get released before we can roll the iROSA out of its temporary spot.
Okay, and as our bag is closed, everything's inside. I'm ready to start translating back.
Copy, Frank. Thanks for doing that for us. And so you're going to head back in, port seated cart, and then you're going to go to stanchion alpha on the FSC, and then I'll have words for you there. And Josh, got a good video of both ARDs released.
I'll try to keep them out of the way. I don't see a way of anchoring them now. And I'm going to get them tangled up again.
Yep, understand. We're going to offload those as soon as we can.
And then with that view and those words, both of the ARDs, the anti-rotation devices holding...
90 degrees, you okay with me just driving it in that orientation? Like I see Josh, I see his color, and I'm all clear.
Yep, copy. Frank, your go to translate, and Josh is in a good position. And Josh, the settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, or you go with dragging here in 90 degrees off.
And that's affirmative. The orientation of the block doesn't matter. We're just trying to secure it so drive to torque.
Okay, sounds good. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set. Thank you. All right, I got 4 turns on that. I got a low torque. Let's get it. 4 turns. I could get a headlight here for low torque, so we'll hit it again.
A firm, hit it again.
navigate green light. So I'd say 4 turns, it barely moved, and I'm showing 11.8 on the torque.
Copy, Josh. That's a good bolt. So you're good to stow that PGT. And actually, if you don't have to stow it, you're going to translate over to crew lock bag T. You're going to get rid of the ARDs into crew lock bag T and then do a socket swap.
Okay, understood.
And Frank, I see you up on the FSC, so we want to make sure that we're not translating both at the same time.
Okay, copy that. And I am over by Bravo.
Copy, Frank. And when Josh, if you hold your position there, Frank, when Josh gets over by the crew lock back Tango, I'm going to have you move over to Alpha, and we've got some steps to release some bolts.
Okay, copy.
You want who to hold position?
Yep, Frank, you hold position. Josh is picking up his BRT and translating. Once he's in a position, then I'll get you over to Alpha, and we'll get you settings for the PGT.
Okay, copy.
Frank, I'm moving.
All right, well, at this point in the spacewalk, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 5 seconds in.
I'm translating your go.
Okay, and I'm to Alpha.
Okay, copy that, Frank. So you can head over to Alpha, and we're going to drive bolt C7 and C8 on that FSE beam. So once you're in a good position, I'll give you the PGT settings. And Josh, you're looking to get rid of those ARDs with the adjustable and the red, and then also you're going to swap back to that 2-inch rigid.
Understood.
All right, and I'm at Alpha. Good, local down.
Okay, copy that, Frank. And so you're looking for Charlie 7 and Charlie 8 bolts on the top of the beam, and you're going to release those.
I see them.
It's a Bravo 7 setting, so you want to have a good position.
Copy.
Got another set of ARDs here to deal with.
Few views of planet Earth from Frank Rubio's helmet cam, the station just flying just to the south of Liberia and just making a pass over Western Africa as we're 1 hour, 18 minutes, 40 seconds in.
The ret went to an adjustable, and that adjustable went to the previous set of ARDs, but I'm just seeing them go to an adjustable that goes to a wrench and the ARDs. I'm just looking for my anchor point for the for my deposit here.
Yep, understand. And you're go to use any other point that you can find.
So the first major task complete for both of these spacewalkers. Frank Rubio successfully setting up cables.
Okay, Frank, it's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. Copy.
And you're going to release to 8 to 11 turns.
Okay, doesn't matter which one I do first?
Order doesn't matter.
Copy.
Okay. Looks like my ARD other is connected to a different adjustable that's in there, but it's not the one that had the ARDs on it before. So I'm going to go ahead and stuff that in and release my red.
And we're good with that.
And like Charlie 8 is released, 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns, good release on Charlie 8.
And again, Frank Rubio completed his first major task of the day. He's now over at the iRosa, getting ready to release some of these beams. We hear him working with his PGT, his pistol grip tool. That's the drill that they're able to manipulate bolts. You're hearing different call-outs.
Copy, 10 turns, good release on C7.
Frank is going to need to get into this bag, is that correct?
That is correct. And Josh, you don't have to worry about the lanyards themselves. The white cables can hang out of the bag.
Yeah, I think they might be in a snag hazard, but they're in now. Frank, I'm going to switch over to my 5/8 and start working on some beams.
Nick, am I in the alpha from here? Correction, Mr. Bravo.
In standby, Frank. We're sorting out the best order of events right now.
Okay, copy.
Full test on the 12-inch. Moving over to the staff caddy with it.
And copy, Josh. Okay, Frank. Yeah, we're going to have you pick up what we were nominally planning. So you're going to go over to Stanchion Bravo, and we're going to start work over there. So you're good to translate over there while Josh is working the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. Good work.
Full test of the 12-inch on the circuit caddy.
And copy, Josh. I didn't copy a pull test on that.
You did not? All right, good pull test on the 2-inch and moving over to the PGT.
All right, now this view, we see both of our spacewalkers for today.
On the PGT. So I got my 2-inch on here, Frank and Nick.
Okay, copy.
Frank Rubio on the right in the suit with red stripes.
You're no longer translating.
I am no longer translating.
Awesome.
Josh Cassidy on the left.
Josh, you're going to head over to Stanchion Charlie.
Working right now to rotate 2 support beams that are currently holding the solar array in place.
2 is depressed with the pit pin in the proper location. Good pull test.
And copy, Frank. That's a good pull test and tip pins in on Charlie 2. You're also going to retrieve the red and adjustable from the trash bag and hook that on to the closest beam handrail stanchion.
And so they're going to be working in tandem. They're going to go to 4 different spots. Each spot has 2 bolts that are holding these beams in place. Using their pistol grip tools, they're going to release these bolts, eventually rotating these beams about 90 degrees and then putting them back in place so they can get iRosa out of the FSE, this flight support equipment holder. You're going to hear them get different settings called up on that pistol grip tool. It has, you'll hear a letter and a number, in this case Bravo 7. We have A1 through 7 and B1 through 7 that just tells you how much torque you're using. A1 the least torque, Bravo 7 the most torque.
That route is on the support beam.
And you'll also hear a direction clockwise or counterclockwise. Counterclockwise, just like down here on Earth, we're loosening.
Your next action at the top of Stanchion Charlie is going to be putting that tip pin in Charlie 1.
Understood. Thanks.
And for both of you guys, just big picture, we're doing great on time relative to the eclipse, so everything's on track.
All right, good to know. Thanks.
1 hour, 26 minutes into today's spacewalk station, just about to fly over the very southern tip of South Africa. Both spacewalkers now working in tandem to release these support beams holding the IROSA in place.
Sorry, you put a BRT down?
No.
I'll find a good spot for that. We're going to need it. Okay, tip pin again. On C1.
Yep, and good work with that tip pin, Josh. So you want to get into a good position to drive Charlie 3 and Charlie 4 right in front of you. It's going to be a Bravo 7 setting.
Yeah. All right. Frank, I think I'm going to use this handrail. Most of the solar array, but I think it's our only way of locking ourselves down. What do you think?
Is that for releasing the top bolts?
Yeah.
I was able to do it down there without, initially it's a lot of torque, but then it quickly decreases, so, either way, I think you'll be okay.
Looking now through Josh Cassidy's helmet cam. When he gets back up top, we'll get a view of the support beams that they're working on releasing. Again, they're going to 4 different points. Each point has 2 different bolts. They're going to release each of those bolts. Each beam is going to get rotated about 90 degrees to get it out of the way.
On Charlie 3 and 4, correct?
And there you can see the beam that they're working on.
Charlie 3, Charlie 4, the order's not going to matter. It's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
And that Bravo 7 telling you how much torque they're using. In this case, they're using the maximum amount of torque that this PGT can put out, about 25.5 pounds of 25.5 foot-pounds of torque. Moving it counterclockwise, and it can also control the rotational speed.
9 on one and 10 on the other. I think 8 to 11 the range.
You are ready, that's 2.
I am. And mine are still installed. Both my bolts.
And Frankie must have heard us talking about you because you're good to drive your bolts as well.
Okay, copy that.
10 turns, C3 is popped out.
Copy 10 turns on C3, good release.
Can you verify settings for me, please?
And Frank, it's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Copy 2. Thank you.
All right, same on C4. 10 turns and it's popped out.
Copy 10, C4, good release. And so Frank, you're going to work on those 2 bolts. When you release the last one, it will be free from the FSE.
Okay, copy that. Charlie 5 is released. 9 turns.
Copy 9 turns, good release on Charlie 5. And Josh, once you've got your PGT stowed, you're going to translate over to stanchion Alpha, Charlie to Delta to Alpha.
And at this point, 3 of the 4 bolts holding one of the support arms, support beams have been released. Frank Rubio working on the 4th one. Josh Cassidy is going to move over to a different point on the FSE to help with the actual rotation. And it looks like that first beam is now free.
Copy, Josh. And Frank, we see good release on the beam.
Copy. Yeah, you weren't kidding about it coming free.
There we go. This helmet cam looking from Frank Rubio. You can see he's just rotated that beam. Just initially.
Frank, you're good just to hold the beam there. Josh will be there in a second to lend a hand so we can get it strapped down with the adjustables.
Yep. Rush.
So one of the 2 support beams removed. Frank Rubio is just going to hold it in place here until Josh Cassidy gets into position and they can start to essentially lock it back down.
Okay, Frank. Here I am not BRT'd. You need me to hustle.
Nice, thanks.
If you could park it for a second, I can get my red on it.
Yep, I got it.
Do you want to hold it? Okay, thanks. Bye. My adjustable is on.
Okay.
And Josh, you want to leave yours a little slack so that we can release the beam that it's butted against. There you go. Perfect.
I can see that. So are you okay with me cinching it down here? Because that will keep it clear, I think. And it'll already cinch down. Frank, are you able to cinch from there?
Yep. Let me check something on the back here. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. All right, Nick, understand I'm going for C7 and C8. Is that correct? Oh, wait, you already did these, didn't you?
Yeah, and guys, Frank, I see you looking down there. We just want to make sure we got good clearance with IROSA.
Want me to loosen it and go over the top of the proa?
No, well, is that okay? Can we put it over the top of the proa? I don't guarantee that it's loose, but that it's not interfering.
And for both of you, we're seeing a lot of views in the HECA. We like the configuration. Prefer not to put it over the top of the POA. Once we release the other beam and get it cinched down, we'll do a double check to make sure we've got good clearances.
Yeah, I mean it's outside of the edge of the what do they call the stanchions, the large stanchions here.
Okay, mine's as cinched down as it's going to get. So if you want, I'll go over to Delta.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, Nick, bottom line is I think we will have clearance. No issues.
Copy, Frank.
And Nick, you concur. I'm headed over to Delta for now?
Affirm. Those are the last two bolts holding down that beam.
Let me know when you're there, and I'll go over to Charlie.
Go. Stand by. Okay, I got my local down. I'm at... Go. Frank, go ahead, Nick.
And we're 5 seconds from a handover.
All right, 1 hour, 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, continuing to check through. We're pretty much right on the timeline so far. Frank Rubio, Josh Cassidy working to finish removing these two support beams that have been...
That is a heck of a video. I'm not going to want to play back.
Yeah, well...
And we're back with you guys, voice.
Job on getting through it.
Copy. So, Frank has just repositioned over to Charlie. I'm at Delta. I've got my workstation ret on the handrail that's closest to C9.
Copy all. That's good config. Let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Okay, Nick, I am ready.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. We'll do C10 and C9. Again, I'm ready to it. Guess with what you said, Frank, I'm going to expect it to kind of pop off.
Yeah, it just floats right away.
So I guess I'll just let my PGT float.
That's what I had to do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And it's out. Don't really have a handrail to grab. Is that what you found too? Because they're on the interior?
I think the support structure here is available for me. I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, on the beam itself. The handrails are interior.
Yep, no, I just kind of grabbed those tabs.
All right, starting turns. I think there's one turn on 9.
Copy, Josh.
Go my PGT.
And copy, we see a good release.
Thank you.
And so the next step, guys, is you're going to move that into position, and you're going to hand start C9 and C7. Recommend that one of you secure it in place and the other one hand start, so do it sequentially.
Okay, copy that. Gosh, I think I'm in a fairly good position here. Do you want me to start?
Go for it. Sounds great. I can stabilize it.
And with the second beam now removed, they're going to temporarily stow it. This time, instead of using the tethers, they're going to hand start those bolts back into the support brackets. But again, with the two beams out of the way, it looks like we got one good hand start.
out at stable if you want.
But all this work being done to get these beams out of the way to give us some clearance to get IROSA off of its temporary holding spot.
2 turns.
Nice.
Okay, guys. So you're going to...
We have 2 turns on 7 and 9. Good.
Copy. So for both of you, PGT settings are going to be alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
That's a good readback, Frank. And just a reminder...
Alpha 6.
Yeah, and a reminder, we're going to drive 21 turns. We're going to stop on turns, and then we're going to change the PGT settings and finish to torque.
Copy. All right, 21 turns exactly.
And we both go for those 21?
And you both go to drive simultaneously.
Can we both drive? Okay.
All right.
Copy that.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2. We'll try not to count out loud, Frank.
Same. All right, I'm starting turns.
All right, we will get video back in just a couple of minutes, but right now they're driving a couple of bolts to get that second support beam held in place a little bit more securely. After that,
I torqued out.
Yeah, I torqued out in like 5 turns.
6.5 for EV2.
Nick, I torqued out at 5 turns.
Copy all, handover.
and so just there we heard them getting a little bit fewer turns than we were expecting. We were expecting about 21 turns, so they got just about 5. So the team's now going to what's called a crib sheet, basically your backup procedures.
And Frank, Josh, back with you after the handover. We've got voice only.
Copy, Nick. We both torqued out. I was at 5 turns. Josh was at 6 turns.
6.5 for EV2.
Okay, copy that, guys. So we're in crib sheet page here. So we're going to up the torque setting. So new settings are going to be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
Yep, and that's Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Counterclockwise 2.
Verify counterclockwise.
Guys, it's Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Josh, you're going to do 15.5 turns. Frank, you're going to do 17 turns. We're trying to get a total of 22 turns.
Copy.
Okay, EV2 copies.
All right, so you heard additional settings called up. Again, both crew members using their PGT, the pistol grip tool.
Clockwise 2. And going for 17 turns.
Those are good words, Frank.
And again, those first values, at Bravo 7, just referring to how much torque we're using now.
And we're back with you on HECA.
A1 through 7 and Bravo 1 through 7. A1 the lowest, Bravo 7 the highest. And so we've essentially put the drill up to its max torque, more than 25 foot-pounds of torque, up from about the 8 that they were initially using. So this just, if we didn't get the turns we wanted, we upped the torque. Now the team's working the crew members through.
I got 14.7 turns and it torqued out. An actual 23.7.
Copy, Josh. Let us talk about it.
First we counted 15. I counted 15 and the PGT says 13.68.
And then for me, I have 17 turns, green light, 25.4 on the torque.
You also torqued up?
Yeah, that's the final torque, yep. I got the 17 turns, which that was the goal, I think.
Yep, copy your call down, Frank, and we're just confirming down here that we're happy with both of those bolts. And do they look like they're flush, fully installed?
Confirm.
EV1 affirmative.
Copy all that.
Yep. There's a tiny little black line under the head of the bolt, and mine is flush with the canister.
Copy. Thanks for the words. We're chatting. Hey guys, if you're able, while we're sitting here waiting, if you wanted to do a glove and half check.
Copy.
Good gloves for EV2, no changes. And a dry hat.
Copy, Josh.
And EV1, good gloves, dry hat, no changes on my gloves. And Nick, I moved my TCV from 6 to 4 when you were more or less the last time.
Copy the change. Thanks, Frank.
Hey, Nick, while you guys are talking about it, if needed, could I finish that bolt and Josh can get going to the arm ups?
Hey, Frank, we've got words for you guys. So what we want to do is finish on a lower torque. So we're going to have you go Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2 and release the bolts 1 turn, and then we're going to reseat them with a lower torque setting.
Yeah, copy. And Nick, did you copy that about, am I able to do both sides just so we can get going on the arm ups? Are we doing okay on time?
We're doing great on time, Frank, so it's okay to just continue to work this together.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, I copy Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 for 1 turn.
Those are good words. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 1 turn.
All right, so both crew members now, they were able to get these bolts in place, but hit what is called essentially a hard stop. So not wanting to have overdriven these bolts in and leaving them in at too high of a torque, they're going to back them out. One.
New setting to drive in.
Turn on Shirley 9.
Copy, Josh. So the new settings for the PGT to drive it in are Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Copy. Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Good readback.
So instead of leaving these bolts driven in with more than 25 foot-pounds of torque, leaving a lot of potential energy in if we're hard stopped, they're backing them out, dropping it down to a lower torque setting, that Alpha 4, which gives about 6 pounds of torque. And then they're going to reseat them, have these bolts securely in place, and then we'll be able to continue on.
Torque out before anything happens to the bolt.
Copy, Frank. Did you get a good green light?
Affirmative. I have green light, 8.4 on the torque, and no turns.
Okay,
you're saying.
copy for both of you. If you can hold, we're still discussing.
Copy.
Okay, I have not tried mine yet, Nick. My IPGT powered down right as I was about to start. Do you want me to give it a shot at Alpha 6?
Okay, Josh, Frank, appreciate your patience. What we'd like to do is up the torque settings. So Alpha 7, clockwise 2. We're going to reattempt, and then we'll discuss. Okay, and Nick, for EV2, I think you missed my last call. I never attempted Alpha 6. My PGT powered down right as I started. Do you want me to try Alpha 6 first or go straight to Alpha 7? You can go straight to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 it is.
I have the same results. Green light, 9.8 on the torque. 0.16 turns.
Copy, Frank.
And same for EV2, it's at 0.14.
And copy, and can we get the torque reading?
9.0 actual for EV2. A green light.
Copy, Josh. Thanks. And Josh, Frank, just to let you know, we're discussing down here. Appreciate your patience.
No problem.
Okay, guys, we're happy with this for now. So we've got to, Josh, you're going to move on to the SSRMS setup. Frank, you're going to work on releasing C-bolts. We've got to stagger our translations here. So Josh, if you want to stow your PGT, and then you're going to translate to the ingress location via stanchion alpha down to the base 1.
Okay. My PGT is stowed. I'm grabbing my ret off of the beam, and I will make my way back to the SSRMS.
Let's turn me on.
See you in a minute.
Here. Nick, I'll go to the bag for my...
I think we have to stagger our translations.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
One hour, 54 minutes, 30 seconds into today's spacewalk, the second major activity of the day complete. So far we've continued to get all of the work sites ready for the eventual move and install of this rollout solar array. Frank Rubio started by routing the power cables that we're going to be connecting a little bit later on in the spacewalk, while Josh Cassida got the various support equipment ready for removal so we can release IROSA from its current staging point.
Nick, I'm not sure in a good position to start my...
So at this point, that's complete.
Can I go to do that?
Hey, firm, you're in a good position for it. So socket swap, you're doing a socket swap to the 5/8 12-inch. And the destination for your 2-inch is on a pit bin in your trash bag.
Thank you.
Frank, were you okay with my safety tether? Did it cause any trouble for you?
No, no issues at all. Thanks.
And so after working together to get those beams released and moved to their temp stow locations, we will be here at the end of the day. So we might have some additional bolt operations at the very end as we're doing the final cleanup. But for now, those in a position to give us plenty of clearance to get IROSA out of its temporary storage location.
And Josh, in terms of mile marker for the ingress position here, looking at 10,200.
Sounds great. Thank you for the heads up.
So right now, Josh Cassidy, EV2, is going to be making his way to the robotic arm, the Canadarm2, and he's going to be working with an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint. He's going to be tethering and then locking himself into that foot restraint. And that robotic arm going to be controlled by the crew still inside station, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata. And he's going to be using that method to remove the IROSA from its flight support equipment location and then get flown over with IROSA, which weighs about 750 pounds, over to the install location. Now, while he's getting into the robotic arm, Frank Rubio, EV1 for today, still has a couple more bolt operations to get IROSA ready to come off. He's going to go and release what's known as C-bolts. There's 2 of these. And these are essentially the last thing that are holding IROSA in place to the FSE. So after these are removed, they'll be ready to get IROSA off and on its way to the install location.
Nick, I have a good socket swap, good full test.
And copy that, Frank. So you're going to translate this stanchion alpha. We're looking for to work on Charlie 12.
Okay. Can I break in here real quick, Nick? I'm at 10020, but it looks like I'm pretty far starboard. I think I want to be port and have the arm come in, if you agree.
And
the roll pedal's going to be on that side as well.
You bet, and checking.
I'm sorry, you said 10200, 10,200. That makes a lot more sense.
Yep, now we're on the same sheet. So 10200.
All right, Frank, how are you doing on comm? You need the comm?
No, so Nick, I'll take settings for Charlie 12, and I'll go over there and do 1 turn.
Yep, copy, Frank. It's Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2, and it's just brake torque. You don't even have to do a full turn.
Okay, copy that. Say the settings again, please.
Bravo 3, counter 2.
Bravo 3, counter 2. Copy, thanks. Josh, I'm good.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
M2, EV2.
Go ahead, Josh.
Richie, we are ready to start the GC to publish for the APFR reconfig position.
Okay, Josh, we will move you to the position, which will be station aft towards the truss 1 meter. And standby, we're setting up.
Copy.
And hearing Koichi Wakata calling in now from the inside of the station, he and Nicole Mann at the robotics workstation. They're going to be moving the robotic arm into position for Josh Cassada to start getting into that foot restraint. You'll hear them use the acronym GCA quite a bit. GCA stands for Ground Controlled Assist. That's essentially the term we're using.
So this station aft towards the truss 1 meter. Are you ready?
Ready for motion.
Here comes the motion. 3, 2, 1.
And we can see right in the center there, the robotic arm starting to move. You can see jutting out of the right side, that's the foot restraint that Cassada is going to be locking into. And again, GCA just down stands for Ground Controlled Assist. That's the term that we're just going to be using as the spacewalkers are giving any location guidance to the team inside for moving the arm.
Anything else?
Copy. We're going to need a station nadir, probably a meter.
Okay, copy. Station nadir 1 meter.
You got it.
Okay, here comes the motion. Station nadir 1 meter.
Ready for motion.
Sure. Arms in motion.
Let's get good motion. Continue.
Copy.
Okay. Ramp out in 3, 2, 1. Motion.
Copy.
Okay, I'm going to need station aft 30 centimeters, 30 centimeters.
Okay, station aft 30 centimeters.
I have the boot plate and a ingress aid for clamps.
Here comes the motion. Arms in motion.
I see good motion. Continue.
Continue.
And ramp out in 3. Looks like we already stopped.
Okay, arms stopped.
Can you continue aft another 10 centimeters?
Okay, aft another 10 centimeters. Here comes the motion.
I see good motion. Continue. And ramp out in 3, 2. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to call that good. You can go brakes on. GCA complete.
Copy. Okay, Josh, brakes on. You have a go for APFR reconfig and ingress.
Copy that.
And Josh, you're going to be looking to change the APFR role to Delta.
Copy that.
We expect the config to be 9 Foxtrot Foxtrot Delta 9.
Okay. We got a good twist test just to start there. I see back on black. And we are currently 2 on the roll, 9 on the yaw, and the pitch. So all the knobs could be depressed. And showing Foxtrot, Foxtrot. So I'm going to roll it to Delta, and then it was on a tether swap. Okay. Roll is Delta.
Copy, Josh. Good config. So next step is that tether swap.
Okay, the roll came loose. Give me a second. All right, we're Delta again.
And Frank, want to check in with you and just sync back up.
I have good torque. Frank on Charlie 12, got about a quarter turn.
And copy broke torque on C12.
I'll head over to E11, correct, for 27 turns?
Okay, copy. So you're going to go over to C11, and then we're going to drive that out. So over to stanchion Delta, Frank.
Copy.
All right, so in this view...
And Frank, your choice whether you want to go the long way or the short way around the FSC.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that'd be great.
We can see Frank Rubio on the bottom left. He's working to break torque and then release 2 bolts that are still holding IROSA in place.
A long way just to keep my safety tether.
Yep, that works.
The better configured.
On the right side, Josh Cassidy working to reconfigure the APFR. They're articulating portable foot restraint. We heard a couple of values being called out to him. Numbers, Foxtrot, Delta, those are just telling him which settings to set the yaw, pitch, and roll of the foot restraint. These are determined in advance just to put him in the correct orientation for where he's going to need to be to work.
Handrail, keep close, slider lock, black on black. Reel itself is unlocked. Frank,
Hey, Josh.
can you turn around and take a quick look? Oh, I think it just broke loose. It did. That's good, in a good way. This was wrapped around my VRT, so I think we got gate closed, slider lock, black on black on my left D-ring extender there, Nick. So I've got a good safety tether down on the SSR bus.
Hey, Josh, the only, your waist tether is wrapped around the BRT right now. You could probably just like,
oh, yeah, so that's what happens when I have this thing on the left. I'm going to take it off, my BRT off, and then go over here, see if you agree with this.
you just go in between the two. Perfect. Now you're free.
And over here. Thanks. Yep. And even those backup cameras on the side.
And copy, Josh. I see you getting into a good config, and we concur with a good load path. Hey, and Frank, Josh, based on the downlink video, Frank, your safety tether might be going around your back. I don't know if Josh can turn around and put some eyes on and give you some additional guidance.
I'm looking. Shoot, I'm in a bad config for it.
Yeah, I don't believe it is. Nick, it's, let me check.
Hold on for a sec. I can see it coming off your right side.
Yep.
It does appear appear to be going between the Pliss and the Safer at the bottom.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it is. Keep your tether on your...
My right side.
Yeah, so it is... So your reel is on your left. And the tether itself is one right between the Pliss and the Safer, you know, at the bottom. In a small of your back. So, my recommendation would be pointing your feet. Let's see, this is... Yeah, pointing your feet back that way. And then feet rotating to your left.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's still hooked in there. Essentially, you need to go 360 degrees right back where you are now.
Just tell me if it's getting better. Feels like it's pulling on there.
Yeah. The thing is, it's caught in that crease. Let's see here. Trying to talk you through this. Okay. Hold on right there.
And guys, we're okay if you guys want to try to translate to close the gap between each other. If you wanted to go over towards Stanchion Alpha, Frank and Josh, if you wanted to move over towards the TFR on the seated cart just to close the gap and be able to help put some hands on for assistance.
Yep. Understood. Well, keep doing that. Flip your feet up towards the tower. Feet keep going towards the tower. Now you got it. Now look over to your left. You should see they face each other. Oh, you got to be kidding me. There it is. It was kind of Velcro.
All right. Thanks, man.
You got it. Nicely done. Thanks, Nick. We appreciate it.
Nice work, guys.
We'll be undoing tether snarls all day.
Okay, so we're good on the 55-foot, Nick. I'll go back to the station and drop off my red hook, if you agree.
Yep, we concur. You've got a good 55-foot. Just let us know where you drop your red hook on the station.
And checking in, both crew members continuing to get ready to move this IROSA, this rollout solar array. Josh Cassidy working to continue outfitting and getting that foot restraint ready. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio working on releasing those two bolts.
Yeah, for C11, it's going to be Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Copy.
All right, red reel is now locked. I'm going to grab my red hook and release it from my right D-ring extender.
Copy, Josh.
And for Rubio, he's working on two different bolts, C11, C12. These are the last two bolts that are going to be holding IROSA in place.
And reel is unlocked.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, Nick, I know Duke and Fiche are good with it. Are you okay with the ingress of the APFR?
and that's affirmative. That's the next step for you. Frank, you've got those settings, Bravo 3, counter 2. You're releasing approximately 27 turns on C11.
Copy.
Comms are yours, Josh.
Okay, I think we're in a good spot here. Nick, do you have a good view of the APFR itself by chance? I only ask because it's really sensitive in roll, and I just want to make sure we don't bump it.
Yeah, we don't have a really great view of the boot plate itself. The views are pretty dark.
Copy.
Yeah, it looks like your feet are just below the boot plate.
I'm sorry, which side of the boot plate?
Below, and based on the view, it looks like left foot is under the left side, so it looks like it's aligned.
There we go. There. How you doing?
Good. I got 27 turns on Charlie 11. Okay.
Copy, Frank. That's good. That's what we're doing for now. You're going to head back to crew lock back T and retrieve the square scoop and the long duration tie down tether from the tower handrail.
Okay.
Station, he's on space to ground 3 for robotics. Your go for the Joecast without correcting the additional GCA.
Okay, copy that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what do you need? Just confirmation that these fields where I think they are.
Okay, pull up.
My right doesn't feel quite right. My left feels good.
Yeah, your left is good. Your right is on top. Okay, pull up. No, still. I think you might just be too deep on your toe. Okay. You're in, pull up. Okay,
I think we got it. Awesome, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, let me make sure I got all my tethers off the station. Okay, I got my ingress 8 in. You need the comm?
I'm good. Yeah, I'll grab the scoop and the long duration and head over to Charlie 12.
Okay, I'm not sure if they're going to need a GCA or if they can maneuver.
Them to the maneuver.
Okay. Wasn't sure if you could start from this position, but if you can, Fique, I am go for the maneuver to the truss back off position.
Okay, we copy that. And this is the maneuver, not GCA, to the published truss back-off position, which is body out or station forward in 1 meter. Are you ready?
V2's ready.
We're setting at the manual now.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for the maneuver to the thrust back-off position. 1.3 meters, body out. Here comes the motion. 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
I see good motion.
Okay.
EV2 set TCV to 2.5.
Copy, Josh. 2.5.
.30 centimeters to go.
Copy.
Josh. Position hold, and we will set up a carrier lineup joint OCAS.
EV2 is ready for that showcast.
Okay, we're setting up.
And Josh, I see you're working your socket swap. That was the next step.
Sounds good, thanks.
Two hours, 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, getting a view. We see Josh Cassida up there in the upper right. He is locked in and tethered now to the foot restraint on the robotic arm, being driven around now by the crew inside the station, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio in the suit with the red stripes, he's EV1 today, working on getting the final bolts holding the iRosa in place released. He's going to wait until Josh Cassida is in place and ready to receive before he releases that final bolt holding iRosa into the FSE, that temporary stowage location. Now, after they're able to get these bolts undone and iRosa out, they're going to maneuver it over to the worksite. They're going to do that by hand, essentially.
Good pull test on the 5-8.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, Josh, we're ready for the 3-minute showcast. This is to pitch you up 90 degrees and translate you to the nadir of the iRosa. Are you ready for the motion?
So I'm going to pitch head up. Is that correct?
Yes, pitch up 90 degrees and translate you to the nadir of the iRosa.
Understood. Okay. EV2's ready.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy.
And Josh.
I had a good pull test on both sockets and the install.
Copy all, Josh. Good socket swap. If you can cycle your WVS for us, we're trying to get that to lock back up to help Koichi with some camera views.
Copy, it's on now.
Okay, thanks for that, Josh. We'll look at it and let you know if we need anything else. And Frank, I see you moving over to Stanchion Alpha towards C12.
So a short handover, we'll get that video back momentarily. Meanwhile, Josh Cassida affixed to the top of the space station's robotic arm. He's getting maneuvered into place.
Inflation.
And Josh, Frank, back with you after a short handover. And Josh, Frank.
Just heads up, I'm right behind you, Frank.
We're back with you now after a handover. We've got voice.
Copy that. Nick, I was just curious, do you expect the translation over to P4 to be insulation or eclipse mostly?
Yeah, and Josh, you should start in sunlight. You're going to finish in eclipse, so it's a little bit of both.
Okay, sounds good.
Josh, arm is in position hold. We are setting up for manual to the IROSA retrieval position.
Okay, you have a go for the manual maneuver to the IROSA retrieval position, and Frank, I'm just off your right shoulder.
Yep, I see you, thanks.
Okay. We are setting up the arm now.
That's good.
Mike, I'll take settings for Charlie 12.
You bet. It's Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 3, and I am releasing this all the way out, 27 of this, or correction, 54 turns, correct?
That's affirmative. Full release, 54 turns. The bolt will spring out when released.
Okay.
So our lead spacewalker for the day, Frank Rubio, still at it, releasing those final two bolts. They're C11 and C12. He took C11 about halfway out, now taking C12 all the way out. We won't take C11 all the way out and thus release IROSA until Josh Cassada is in place and ready to manually receive it. He's then going to be flown with IROSA over to the work site on the P4 truss area.
Okay, Josh, manual mode is set, and this is the maneuver per your GCA to the published IROSA retrieval position, which is the body in towards IROSA at 1.5 meters. Are you ready?
Stand by. You need the comm? Okay. We are ready, GCA, to publish for IROSA retrieval.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion.
Good motion.
Okay, good motion. Another meter to go.
Copy.
Looking over the shoulder of Josh Cassada as he moves in, IROSA right in the center of his view. Frank Rubio appearing upside down in the top right, getting that final bolt.
Copy.
Or rather that C12 bolt all the way out. He's then going to move over to get C11 after Josh is fully in position and ready to grapple with IROSA.
10 meters to go.
Copy.
And Nick, I ended up with 55 turns.
Stand by.
Oh, correction, sorry about that.
Continue.
Continue.
Continue another 10 centimeters.
Another 10 centimeters.
Ramp out in 3. I think we ramped out.
Ramp out. Okay, yes.
That's
GCA.
GCA complete. This position will work great.
Copy that. You have a go for IROSA retrieval.
Copy. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Frank.
No, sorry, Nick, I had 55 turns on Charlie 12. It is released.
Copy 55, full release on Charlie 12. And so I see you working to install the scoop with the long duration on that micro square near C12.
So let's put it on the long duration, I think.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Don't mind. I think that was the plan, right, Nick? Right to the long duration itself? This one? I'm sorry, I should have.
Ready?
Awesome.
And so this metal device you see Frank Rubio working into the screen there, that's what's called a scoop. We have both square and circle scoops, just depending on what fitting they're attaching to, and we can use them to essentially add temporary handrails, handling aids to different payloads, and so he's working on installing that. 3 different settings on a scoop. We've got a capture, release, and a lock.
Ground 3 for robotics.
So you can see him moving that small.
Hey, just wanted to give you guys a heads up. The video routing, due to the way we have it done in the system for Step 8, is a little unique. So we will take care of routing those monitors for you once you get to Step 8, and then you can take back over with fans and tilts as you desire.
I guess where that microchronicle was.
Copy that.
Where that square was, micro square.
Okay. Are you good though?
I'm gonna move in another 10. I'm gonna get a GCA.
Okay, got it.
Can I steal the com?
Yep. Hey, Nick, I'm going to translate over to Charlie 11. I'll grab scoop and route.
Yep. No, that works. Frank, head over to Charlie 11, and we see the configuration on the scoop. All good. Josh, comms are yours.
Thank you. M2 EV2.
Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry about that. I couldn't see where the scoop was going to go, and I guessed wrong. So I'm going to need another 15 centimeters body in. So you guys are ready for a GCA?
Yeah, Josh, we need to change the command frame, so stand by. We'll set it up.
Thank you.
And Frank, as you pass the crew lock bag Tango, you'll need to make sure you pick up the square scoop you're going to install.
And right now getting closer to the release of IROSA. Right now, Frank Rubio's moving over to the other side of the FSE. He's going to be releasing a final bolt. And once that's free, they'll be able to essentially slide IROSA out of that temporary stowage location and begin flying it over.
M2, are we ready for GCA?
Ready, GCA. And again, 15 centimeters body in, and I'll call you off.
Okay, 50 centimeters body in 3.
Hold on.
Stand by.
And we see Frank Rubio grabbing another one of those scoops. And this is what we can put on things like IROSA to give a handle to.
15 centimeters. Are you ready?
Ready, GCA.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1. Arms in motion.
I see good motion. Continue. Continue.
That's 50 centimeters.
Continue. And ramp out.
Ramping up.
GCA complete. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Peace.
And Frank, I see you with the scoop headed out to C11. Big picture, we're right on the timeline, so everything's marching along towards our target eclipse.
That's great.
Okay, while you're moving into position, a warning, this one might be obvious. Don't release C11 until you've got our go, because that will fully release IROSA from the FSE.
Copy.
So Frank, I see you in position. Now's a good time. Let's do some glove and hap checks. Josh, this is your chance to do a once-over. So let's start with glove and hap checks.
And EV1, gloves, no changes, and dry hat.
For EV2, no changes to the gloves. And dry half.
Copy for both of you. So then, Josh, for you, want to confirm tools and tethers are in a good configuration, clear, that you got your ingress aid stowed.
Tools are in a good config. Ingress aid is stowed. And I got rid of a lot of the stuff from my mini workstation. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you look super clean there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm in a good config with that. Thanks.
Okay, good. So then looking at the suit, the visor, glove heaters, make sure your cooling's where you want it to be. Your heels are in, gauntlets are down.
Copy that. I think I'm good with this cooling. I did turn on the gloves. I used them for about the first hour or so. Hands got pretty warm. I think they're going to work out well for what we're about to do. And the visor, I guess I'll keep it down since, and we'll probably just end up any clips.
Okay, copy that. And then one last chance, if you're in a good position to look inside each other's helmets, if you see any signs of water, now's a good time to do it, or to check each other over.
Let's see. I can read this real quick if you want to look in here.
Yep, that's dry.
I don't see any water.
There's mine.
I don't see any of yours. This rep for the scoop that's going to go on, can I put this somewhere convenient? Like on the stanchion or something?
Yeah, hold on.
Or I can just let it float.
All right, the crew getting a chance to kind of catch their breath, do some checks real quick. Each of them checking gloves, as that's what we're interacting with everything on, checking for any nicks, any damage. Both reported clean gloves.
Just so it doesn't float away from me. Let it down.
Sounds good.
See Josh Cassa attaching an equipment tether to that second scoop. It's going to go on the other side, and that's how he's going to hold on to iRosa.
Pop off, and then I'll pull it back towards my body to hold it on the structure, but it might come off the pins like last time.
Yep, affirmative. Okay, Nick, I think I put this in a good config.
I agree. Let me get one. Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay, copy, guys.
Do we need to go from them?
Hey, guys, you are go for the release.
Copy, go.
All right, big moment coming up, releasing that last bolt.
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. Should be 26 turns.
And once this bolt is released, iRosa will be free of the FSC and ready to be on the move.
Maneuver, can we just do THC left, 2.4 meters only?
Copy. Press.
And we concur with that. Koichi, that sounds like a good plan.
Heads up, Frank, it's a return to go.
Copy. It's released.
It's pulling me forward.
And copy, good release.
And we see the bolt is now released. Nothing holding iRosa in place now to the flight support equipment. We can already see it starting to lift up. Now that the second attachment point for the scoop, you can see a small lever on the back.
Yeah, I know. Probably not good.
And the lever's in the middle. The scoop's in kind of its capture mode. You can flip it to the left. That's in its locked mode. Then swing it back to the right to release. But it looks like we have two scoops now.
Give me just 1 second.
All right. I'll put my hand down here.
Okay. Camera's off.
Great. I've got 2 scoops.
Copy. Good release. Scoops are on. And Frank, if you want to translate over to Stanchion Charlie to assist the GCA.
Copy, inward.
Okay. So I have shifted to my right. I think you're bumping me just a little bit as a heads up.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's okay. We expect you to be centered up on these 4 bolts that I'm staring at, right? I think we've just shifted a little bit. Station, let's see.
Yeah, Josh, we based on what we can see here, you should be pretty close to centered right now. There's not much room to go laterally. We do see it kind of pitching down from you away from the base plate.
Okay. Frank, if you could pull it when you get there.
Yep. All right, I'm going to help pull you down a little bit.
That'd be great.
Come towards me, I think.
Are we not off the pins yet?
You are. It's grabbing on something. I think there's an edge that's keeping me from... but you know what? This is actually okay. As you go up, I'll hold it in place and wait until you're level, and then I'll release it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can you tell, are we free around the perimeter?
We are, yes.
Okay. And obviously I can't tell on the side that's opposite the tower. It does seem like we're shifted that way.
Shifted towards the tower?
I'm sorry, opposite the tower.
Yeah, no, you're only 1 inch away from Delta and Charlie, so I think it's just the clearance, but it looks about even.
Yeah, and as we discussed, guys, we expect tight clearances there. Frank, just a heads up, want to watch any of the no-touch on that end of the IROSA, and that tab is okay to hold on to, just don't get your finger in that hole.
Affirmative. Okay.
All right, Frank, let me just give you a heads up, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Okay.
My helmet is not centered up on the FFE, so somehow both me and the IROSA have shifted away from the tower, probably about 1.5 inches.
Okay.
We'll just keep that for FA, and I am happy to have you drive me around.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, M1, ED1.
Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Koichi, you have a go for a publish to IROSA removal.
Okay, we copy that. And this is Josh's body down for 2.4 meters to the published IROSA removal position.
Copy.
And Frank, what's your helmet
Here
clearance?
comes the motion in...
Yep, I see it. Clear.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
Copy. I see motion, good motion.
See, good motion.
So I'm keeping you,
I can see it.
clear on this side, and we have about 1 inch, so I think you're clear on the other side.
I agree.
Looks like we're clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, in about 10 more degrees, I'm going to be letting go.
Okay.
We're clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, I'm going to let go in 3, 2, 1. Letting go just lightly. I'm going to keep my fingers very lightly but not touching. Feet away from the tower by about 1 inch. You're clear of all the stanchions. Continue, Koichi.
Continuing.
You're good there. Hold that current course.
Copy.
And Josh, you're clear to cheat away from the tower a little bit more since you have clearance on that side. You're clear of the proa. You're about a quarter of the way clear of the grapple fixture. Halfway clear of the grapple fixture.
Copy.
Got about 5 inches of clearance on this side. So. Continue.
Copy, continue.
The bottoms of the beam are past the plate. About 5 more inches till you're completely clear. Josh, you are completely clear of the tower and the grapple fixture. Nicely done.
Nice teamwork, guys.
No, great job on pulling that thing.
20 centimeters to go.
Copy. Can I go ahead and start my socket swap?
That's a firm, Frank. You're going to socket swap.
Okay, Josh, position hold, and we're going to set up a JOCAS for outboard JOCAS.
Copy.
And Frank, you're going to drop off your 12-inch onto the socket caddy and then put the 2-inch that's in your trash bag on your PGT. Just for your SA, this is the last time we're getting in the crew lock bag tango. So if you give us a good heck of you, we can help with inventory, not asking for an inventory at this time.
Okay. Copy.
Two hours, 47 minutes, 30 seconds into the spacewalk. IROSA now released from its spot on the FSE, that flight support equipment, firmly in the grasp of Josh Cassida, who's riding on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got it by 2 scoops, essentially temporary handles that they installed onto the array. They're also tethered to him, so he's got that in his grasp. Meanwhile, he's going to now get flown on top of the robotic arm from his current location out to the work site.
I understand. You take care of this video routing and step 8.
And he's getting the flight maneuver courtesy of Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata at the robotics workstation inside the station. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to make his way by hand over to the same work site, at which point we're going to start moving into some of the installation procedures. First thing after we get it over there is going to be to get IROSA initially onto its mounting bracket. Once we get some soft capture points in, we'll be able to unfold it. So you can see it kind of doubled up in its configuration right now. It's going to be unfolded. And so it's just one continuous array long ways. After that, they can get the final attachment points in place, get all of the hard capture bolts engaged, then start to do the cable routing. So again, at the very beginning of this spacewalk, Frank Rubio's first task was to go over and start routing and tying down a couple of cables. Those are power connections. That's going to integrate this new array in with the legacy one to the 4A power channel to let them all get engaged.
Good socket swap and good pull test.
Now that cable routing activity is one that has some special considerations with it. We have to be in eclipse for those power connections to be made. That's just the primary way we can make sure that no electrical energy is being generated by those solar arrays. So they will wait until we're on the dark side of planet Earth before they do that cable connection.
If you can pull a body down a little bit, it'll get fully in the heck of you, and we should be able to see inside. That was a good view. Go ahead and, Frank, you can go ahead and start trying to pack it all up, and then we'll do the video review on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Josh and Frank, we're ready for the outboard JOCAS. This is a 3-minute maneuver, and we'll move Josh body left 8 meters and body out about 3 meters. And Josh, IROSA and FRGS tower clearance will be 73 centimeters. So please keep keep the clearance from the tower. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
I think we're already clear of the tower. I don't have view of it. Understand going body left and towards my back as well. I am ready for the maneuver.
Yep, and I have a good visual on the tower, and you are clear.
Okay, copy that. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Good motion.
All right, so the relocation of IROSA now in work. We can see the FSC pallet in the bottom right where Frank Rubio is doing some final bag inventory. He had to swap out the socket on his pistol grip tool one final time, as that's going to get used to drive a number of bolts on IROSA itself to secure it. But in the meantime, the robotic arm is in motion. Josh Cassada at the very top with IROSA in his grip on his way out to the work site.
Frank Houston concurs.
Thank you.
And Frank, your next task is to retrieve Josh's red safety tether from the Nader CETA rail location.
Thank you. I thank the owner. How's it going, Josh?
Great. So you know when we did that water in the helmet check?
Yeah.
That's when I raised my visor.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Yep.
Just ramping out now.
Copy. Okay, hold on. That was pretty abrupt. Okay, we got it.
Okay, Josh, in position hold. We're going to set up the next JOCAS for IROSA pitch joint.
Okay, copy that. Just a heads up, Fuji, that one stopped a little quickly on me. If you see it ramping out on the next one, if you could give me a heads up, that'd be awesome.
Okay, will do.
So just about 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark of today's spacewalk and plan to last about 7. Everything moves smoothly so far, still a couple of minutes ahead of the timeline. The pair worked together to prepare the work site by routing cables. Frank Rubio knocking that out on his first task out of the gate, while Josh Cassida worked to get iROSA ready to get detached from its temporary stowage point and get into the robotic arm where he is currently standing with iROSA in his grip. You heard him asking for a heads up as we were going to slow down some of the motion. Again, these iROSAs weigh right around 750 pounds. And while they are in microgravity, it's not too hard for them to start moving those. But something with that much mass can be hard to stop moving. So definitely something for the crew to keep in mind as they're doing these very slow and deliberate movements. This a view, though, from Frank Rubio's helmet cam as he's making his way out to the work site.
We are ready for the iROSA pitch showcast, and this will give you move heads up around iROSA for 90 degrees pitch down. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
Understand we're pitching down 90 degrees, and I'm going to be ready for your countdown. Sounds great.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See good motion? There's that planet.
And Frank, I see you picked up the red hook there. You'll want to check your gauntlets are in place.
They are, both left and right.
Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Copy.
And so, Frank, the handrail you're looking for is 5124.
On the opposite side, correct?
That's affirm.
Okay, Josh, arm is in position hold, and we're going to set up for a lineup.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for your help on that one.
So that's up.
And Frank, if you can put a fair lead in Josh's safety tether at 5114 there at the corner.
Well, thanks, mate.
And just crossed that 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk. So right now we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio, EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. He's making his way over to the P4 work site. He was there already once as he laid down some of the cables that are going to be used to integrate the new solar array into the power channel, along with the legacy array. So he's making his way by hand. In the meantime, Josh Cassada still in the foot restraint on top of the robotic arm. He's got iROSA in his grip. There's a look through his helmet cam. He is a little bit of a ways away from station structure, so the video can kind of come in and out as he's getting flown over. But he's got iROSA in his hands.
Which will place you under the IEA, and this is a 2-minute JOCAS, and we'll move you body out about 5.5 meters and body left about a meter. And again, this is a translational JOCAS, so the motion will be faster than the pitch motion. Ready for the motion?
Okay, copy. Towards my back, about a little over 5, and towards my left, 1.5 meters. I do not have the IEA in sight. I am ready for the maneuver.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion. Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Okay. Copy that, thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Hi, Frank.
And Frank, I see you in a good position there on the left side.
Yep, and I can verify all face-off captures are still in a good position.
Okay, Josh, arms in position hold. We're going to set up for manual for iROSA install.
Copy.
And Frank, the same cautions and warnings apply that I've previously read, plus a couple here. So the warning is don't put finger in the iROSA pin slots on the inside and outside of the root beam. And then when on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and trunnions.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Yep, and then you've got the cautions about mod kit. Don't simultaneously impart loads, translate slow, and a max load of 30 pounds.
Copy.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready for the manual maneuver to the iROSA install position. This is per your GCA, Frank, to the published position, which is body left 2.2 meters. Are you ready?
Okay, I am ready. And you have just to verify, this is a GCA to publish, correct?
You published, which is body left 2.2 meters for Josh.
Okay. You have a go?
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion. Another 1.5 meters to go.
Still clear, continue.
Copy.
And with Josh and Irosa arriving out at the worksite, we're maneuvering it into the install position. So there's going to be 2 soft capture.
1 meter to go.
Copy, still clear, continue.
2 soft capture devices that are going to lock in on this first part of Irosa. And after those are engaged, we'll be able to get Josh Casta out of the robotic arm to move around to begin getting ready for the unfolding of the array, after which they'll engage the 3rd and final soft capture.
$50 centimeters to go.
Copy, continue.
Continue. $20 centimeters to go.
Okay. Expect to ramp out in about 10.
Copy.
Okay, ramp out in. Continue.
Continue.
3, 2, 1. About?
Okay, ramped out. So this is close to the published position.
Yep, and this is a great location here.
10 seconds to hand over.
Getting closer. Can you get your hand on it?
I have my hand on it. Oh.
And should just be a quick video handover. We'll get that back quick. We're approaching the install point. Once they get there, Cassidy is going to continue to just maintain control, his grip on Irosa. And
So the edge of protective cover is about 3 centimeters away from the bracket.
Right.
I think from a clearance perspective, it might be a good place to stop.
Okay.
Now we could translate you towards me, body forward.
I'll leave that to you. I don't know that that's necessary. But for me, see, it looks like my arm is, yeah, I'm good. I think we're in the same position we were last time.
Yep. All right, Koichi, then GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete. Brakes on. You have a go for Irosa install.
Copy, go. Just watch your right arm.
And Frank, Josh, I want to let you know we're back with
I've
you.
got my hand on the rail here.
Awesome.
And I just have one caution to confirm that there's no BGA motion.
Now that we're in business.
Sorry, I'm stepping on you, Josh. Just one caution to make sure that we don't have BGA motion before installing, but you are go for the install.
Okay, and we need to remove this left tube. Anything else before we get started?
Just that one scoop, yes.
Okay. Frank, you got it with your right hand?
Give me 1 second. I do.
Okay. So I'm going to keep, if we can keep from moving it towards the planet. Let's see, I'm going to take my hand off. All right.
so our SpaceWalker is working in tandem again. Right now, Josh Castro working to remove that scoop. That was just that temporary handling aid that he had on Irosa.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm just going to wait. Look here. Go here. Okay.
Okay, let's translate it towards me when you're ready.
I'm ready, and you just guide. I think you need to pull it towards feet. Oh, not that way. I think it's not parallel with the mod kit right now.
No, it's not yet. Well, let's translate it towards me first, and then we'll another 10 centimeters.
You mean towards the left side of the mod kit, not into the mod kit yet?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. And it's at a pretty good angle right now, so you're going to have to pull your hand towards you. There you go.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to roll my end towards the IEA, about 10 degrees.
Okay, you're going to have to pull a little bit towards you, or pull towards the IEA.
Are you able to push your end towards your feet?
It's, hold on for 1 second. Okay. For some reason, your end is not going. Okay. Let's just get going towards the mod kit, and then we'll adjust it once we're in.
There you go. Just a couple more degrees.
Needs to slide a little bit towards the left side of the mod kit. It looks like the line up on that air bar move. Okay. Yeah, that's too far, maybe. What do you think?
Looks about right from my end.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, and now we can just go towards the tabs. It's pitched down. It's trying to pitch up a little bit.
Oh, watch the roll. Watch the roll.
Yeah. Hold on. Give me a second.
There you go. Hold there. Stabilize it. Okay. I'm going to start bringing this. Yeah.
Yeah, slide under real quick. I think I'm going to be able to control it a lot better.
Hold on.
Okay, I got it.
That's good. You can let go there.
Okay.
Go ahead, let go.
Okay. Do you mind if I slide under? It'll help you a lot more.
Nope, that's okay. Just watch your helmet on the...
Yep, thank you. Okay, ready? Through the soft. Now, there you go. Perfect.
Make it nice and slow on any rotations here.
The top left, you can see some of the bolts sticking out. Those are going to be the hard capture. Those two handles you see are going to be our soft capture mechanism. So we're just working on aligning iROSA, getting it in place.
Watch your helmet. There you go. That one went down. It looks like those go down pretty easily. Is that right? At least that one did.
Yeah.
Okay. Your helmet is pushing on the iROSA, just so you know.
Okay. Copy. It looks like we're lined up here.
Laterally. Yep. Okay. If you're ready to go back towards PGA, a minute.
Okay, let's do that. Ready? 3.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oops. Oh. I think that's too far.
Yeah.
You're right. Are you able to visually see the tabs going into the plot?
Not from here, but I can reposition to do that.
I think, yeah, watch your head. There you go. Nice save.
Let's see if we can get the tabs. Are you able to take your, the far side away from the IA so we can pitch it down?
Right. You want to pitch like this?
Yep.
Yeah, pitch nose down towards the runway. I got it?
Yep. Push towards me.
You mean laterally?
Laterally up towards the EJ.
Okay, so down the runway. Here it comes.
There we go.
Oh, not this one. Yep, got this one.
Okay, hold.
We got one in, and yours closest to you.
Come on, try to hold it without moving it 1 inch.
Watch your helmet again, sorry. So, why don't we pull that one all the way full out and let it recapture? What do you think?
Yep.
One's good.
Yeah. I understand. This looks aligned. It looks well.
Can you watch your helmet?
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It's in.
Is it in?
Yep.
Well, Nick, I think we got two.
We were all watching.
Verified, said it
nice
looks
work.
good from all angles there. Really nicely done, Frank.
That was mostly just forcing the thing. But it got in. Yeah, Nick, I'm not really sure what the issue was on that one, to be honest. We were lined up. It looked parallel. Yeah, but it just felt like it wasn't able to release in a full engaged position, and then somehow it just clicked. So I don't have better data for you there.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the words, Frank, and we've got the background copying it all down. You are good to release or attach the long duration tie down to the scoop, and then you'll release that scoop from the root beam.
I thought I was just releasing the ret for the next maneuver, leaving the scoop and long duration tie down tether on there.
And Josh, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to be able to release my death grip on that bad boy.
Completely understand.
So, I've stowed the left scoop on my mini workstation and retrieving my ret from the right. That leaves the right scoop and the long duration tie down tether. Okay. If you agree, Nick, I'm going to go ahead and have Duke get started on the next maneuver.
And Josh, that sounds like a plan.
Too easy to.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, I am ready for the, I guess it's the R6 back-off position.
Yes, that's correct. The first one is a maneuver, manual maneuver to the IROSA back-off position, and after that there's a JOCA, so we're setting up a manual maneuver. Stand by.
Awesome. Duke, nicely done getting us in here tight so we can get that thing in.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for the maneuver to the IROSA back-off position. And this is to your body right 2 meters. Are you ready?
Body right 2 meters, EV2 is ready for the maneuver.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Okay, I see good motion.
So after some finessing, Frank Rubio, Josh Cassidy able to get the iROSA into its install position. We were able to engage 2 of those soft capture handles that we watched Frank get ultimately installed after they tweaked the alignment a little bit. Next up, we're going to be moving the arm back, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann inside the station backing Josh Cassidy away, and he's going to then start to get out pretty soon of that APFR. Before that, he's going to have to release a hinge restraint. So that's what's in place to essentially keep iROSA folded. Once that gets released, there's a 1-bolt R6 that's going to get released, and then they're going to be able to move into unfolding of the array. So again, first we're going to unfold it, and then we're going to deploy it. So it's 2 different steps. So right now it's folded up kind of like a sandwich. We're going to unfold that and then move to secure the 3rd soft capture, and then bolt this thing into place in the mounting bracket before we get to cable install and ultimately unfurling the new iROSA array. So everything continuing to go really smoothly for both of our spacewalkers. Hitting a couple of sticky points, but moving and being able to work through each of them without any issues. We're still a little bit ahead on the timeline as we're at 3 hours, 22 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, Josh, just want to give you a heads up on timeline, big picture. We're doing good. You're seeing the sunset. We're targeting the next eclipse for the cable mate.
Copy, nice. Thanks so much.
And so right now we're heading into an eclipse. You can see things starting to get dark on the crew members there. And as you just heard Nick Hague call up.
We are ready for the R6 back of JOCAS, which is a 3-minute maneuver, and we will move you, yaw you to the left about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
I'm ready for the JOCAS. Thank you.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
And that call right there, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann executing another maneuver with the space station's robotic arm. You heard JOCAS. It stands for Joint Operated Command Auto Sequence. Just an automated sequence for maneuver of the arm, helps the crew member just be more aware of where the different loads, the maneuvers are going to go. They're maneuvering Josh Cassidy right now into position to release what's known as R6. And that's what's going to be able to let them ultimately unfold the iROSA array. We are going to be targeting the next eclipse, though, so that's about an hour and a half from now before we get into any cable mating, because, again, we have to be in eclipse. That's our most surefire inhibit to make sure that the arrays aren't generating any electricity. That's when we're on the dark side of the planet. And so we'll have to wait for that before we can do any of the actual cable connections, start integrating these arrays together into the same power channel. Meanwhile, the crew waiting for this maneuver to take place. They've got cameras there with thermal covers over them, able to take pictures of both hardware and other things during their spacewalk. Again, we're just shy of 3.5 hours. We're at 3 hours, 25 minutes. So we are just about halfway through the planned timeline for today. Everything going great so far. with Josh Cassidy and Frank Rubio, that we've got IROSA in its initial capture.
Copy.
2 of the 3 soft capture mechanisms are engaged. The third won't get engaged until after we're able to unfold. And then after that, we'll be able to start bolting everything into place.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We're going to set up for R6 approach manual maneuver.
Okay, you are a go for the GCA to publish for R6 approach.
Copy. We are setting that up.
And Josh, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
Awesome, thank you so much. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
And Josh, we are ready for the maneuver for your GCA to the published R6 approach position, which is body in 1 meter.
Okay, start GCA to published.
And Josh, because at night we don't have good the view on the cameras, if you could monitor the clearance of the ingress aid to the structure.
I've got ingress aid and boot plate to structure.
Okay, here comes the motion, and in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion?
See good motion.
Continue.
See continue.
Continue.
See continue, another 60 centimeters.
Continue.
See continue. Another 30.
Continue.
Copy.
And ramp out in 3, 2, 1.
Ramping out.
Okay. It's going to work fine. GCA complete.
GCA complete. You have a go for unbolting.
And Josh, before you start doing turns there, we need to clean up the scoops.
Okay.
So big picture, you're going to daisy chain the scoop that's on you and the scoop that's got the long duration in front of you that's still attached to IROSA. And when those are daisy chained together on that long duration, you're going to hand that to Frank so he can send it over to crew log back in.
Please stand by.
So Josh Cassidy is still on the end of the robotic arm, now in place. Before he can remove this final hinge restraint, he's going to remove the scoop that's on the left side of your screen. That's the temporary handle that was put on IROSA to assist with him holding onto it as they flew over to this work site.
End of the long duration, not the end that is attached to the scoop.
You'll see him swing the small lever that's just below the circular part over to the right. That puts it in its release position. He'll be able to pop that off. He's then going to hand it over to Frank Rubio to go temporarily stow it on the exterior of a crew lock bag.
Now the scoop that's on my mini workstation is ready to me, so I'm going to take this here.
Can I give you this right to put on the long duration there?
On the long duration, yes, I can. See, end of it. All right, it is on. It locks out.
Yeah.
I'll wait to release my rep then. Okay, so you're ready to the long duration. Long duration goes to one scoop. The other long duration goes to this scoop, so I'm going to release my rat. Go for it. Okay, there's one scoop for you. And then I will release scoop that is attached to IROSA.
Okay. There we go.
See you scoop in the release position.
I have the scoops. You have the scoops there in the long duration.
And now both of those scoops that were used to give a handle essentially for Josh Cassada now transferred over to Frank Rubio. He's going to go temp stow those.
Scoops back down to crew lock bag M. Between the two of you, we'll want to put eyes on the soft capture feature just to make sure it's in a good position. And then Josh will wait for Frank to get into a position to hold IROSA, because when we release that bolt, it'll unfold.
Understood. I can see out the side that the other soft capture is not deployed yet. It's sticking up. If you want Frank to see the other side of it, you can just wait.
That's a good config. Thanks for the check.
Well,
Okay. I am in position.
Okay, so we'll just confirm those settings. It's been a bit. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, and it's going to be 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when it's fully released.
okay, I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2. I'm going to stay at 18 to 20 turns.
Good readback.
And we're on R6. All right. Certain turns.
All right, so Josh Cassada right now releasing the final hinge restraint. Once this is released, we'll be able to start unfolding the IROSA array. So before that happens, Cassada is going to have to stow his PGT, and then he's going to back off away from IROSA on the robotic arm. He's going to get out of that foot restraint and start making his way back over. And then once he gets into position, over on the other side of the mounting bracket, Frank Rubio is going to slowly start to pivot, and that's going to allow IROSA to start to unfold.
It is for now. I see the white line.
Copy, good release. So Josh, while Frank holds that in position, you're good to work with Koichi for the arm maneuvers.
See that? Okay, M2, EV2 is ready for the R6 back off maneuver.
Okay, copy that, Josh. This is a body out for about 90 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. You're ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We will set up for the APFR egress GeoCast.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for APFR egress setup jocast, which is a 3-minute jocast, and we will move you to the right about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
Ready for the jocast. Thank you.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion.